Okay, are you there?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's Dissecting the Quran. I think this is number 4. We will be taking up.
Okay, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
hold on a second.
Dissecting the Quran.
I got to mute my YouTube.
You missed to put the national anthem.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to find that and we'll have to play it on one of the shows. Hello, everybody. Good to see everybody. I know it's Saturday, it's New Year's Day, but hey, there's always time to dissect and barbecue the Quran. So here we are. Okay, somebody's got YouTube on. Dissect and barbecue the Quran. So
it's not me. Mine's muted.
Okay, somebody's got dissect and barbecue the Quran. So
There you go. You got it.
okay. All right, let me remove. Let's bring this back up. So yes, welcome everybody to Dissecting the Quran, where we go verse by verse, chapter by chapter. Hell, sometimes we even do word by words. And we look at it from a understanding that, hey, we don't know anything about the Quran. Somebody just gave us this book. Maybe we found it lying on the floor and it looked interesting. So we're going to go through it like if you're reading it for the first time, but we're going to analyze it using common sense, logic, critical thinking to see, okay, does it flow? Does it make sense? Does it have any errors?
Does it have complete?
That's what we're doing. So far, it hasn't made any sense. And we're all still looking for that yellow cow.
Yeah, I was just going to say, anybody found that bright yellow cow yet?
Yeah, I haven't found it yet. Okay.
Oh, so this is the Sir of the family of
Imran. Imran.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I just wanted to say to the mods, please, if anybody tries to divert from the topic, wants to start having their own little debate between the people here, send them back to Allah for 5 minutes. And if they continue, just give them the Allah boot. Okay. Now, unless they want to come up and debate me, then that's a different story. But other than that, I don't really want to see what happened yesterday because I really can't see what goes on until kind of pretty much the show is over. It's kind of hard to be looking at one screen that has nothing to do with the other screen. So, but I do want to say thank you to my moderators. You guys do an excellent job. Happy New Year to everybody. May it be blessed. I hope you guys had lots of eggnog. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any. Okay. Do I need to blow up the screen or it's good?
We're good.
Okay, because I'm not looking at the screen. I'm actually looking at the Quran, and we're using the glorious. Oh, I'm sorry, not the glorious. The generous Quran by Brother Osama Dat Duck. So today's chapter, and thank God it's a little bit shorter, which I doubt we'll go through the whole chapter, is the chapter called The Family of Imran. Who is Imran? I don't have a clue, but you and I will find out together. Okay, so let's go. Verse 1, that's the one that says Aleph Lam Mim. And I figured out what that means. That means Allah loves morons. ALM. Okay. Okay, verse 2, Allah, there is no God but him, the living, the self-subsisting. Again, we see a trinity here, right? You got 3. You got Allah, okay, the living, and the self-sustaining, kind of like, God the Father, the Son. They're just doing a play off of that.
Self-subsisting isn't very, when you think about that, it isn't very, self-subsisting is just bare minimum when you think about that, because you're not able to provide for others when you're doing that.
And let's not forget, Allah needs a good loan.
Oh, that's right. Allah needs your loan.
Whether it's ease, money, sex, he still needs something. Okay, number 3, has sent down on you the book. Okay, shouldn't it say Allah, he sends? Who has sent down the book, down on you the book, which is the Quran according to Usama? But we don't know that. Because who is he talking to? Is Allah speaking to the family of Imran? Is he speaking to Moses about the family of Imran? I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. We don't know who he is. Oh, actually, it doesn't say he. I got to stop adding stuff. Has sent down on you the book, supposed to be the Quran, with the truth, confirming what is between his hands. Okay, we don't know what's between this individual's hands. And has sent down the Torah. At least we know what that one is because it's right there. And the Injil. That one we don't know what that is. Supposedly it's the Gospels. Again, not in Arabic words. 1, 2, and 3 are not Arabic words. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 is just referencing number 2 and number 3 is not an Arabic word. 4. All right, so let's go back. Okay. Has sent down on you the book with the truth, confirming what is between his hands. So we don't know who's sending down the book. We don't know who has something between their hands. Is he trying to say that, okay, it can't be the Torah because the Torah is being sent down after whatever this book is that this individual has between his hands. Correct?
No, he sent the book conforming to what he has between his hands.
Okay, so what's between his hands?
He sent the Quran confirming what's in between his hands. Allahu A'lam.
But we don't know what's between his hands.
But what is between the hands that the Quran is supposed to be confirming?
I don't know. And also he sent the Torah and the Injil.
Right.
So we have four things here. We have four things. We have the Quran that was sent to confirm what's in between the hands, and he sent the Torah and the Injil.
Right.
So what is the book, or what does he have in between his hands?
We don't know.
So if he's saying that he's setting down the Quran and to confirm something that they already have, is he confirming that the Torah and the Gospels are correct?
He does confirm that in other verses.
Right.
But this specific one, it says it's confirming what's in between his hand, and also he sent the Torah and the Injil.
Right.
So yeah. So it's not.
So you have what's in between, but you have what's between his hands, which we don't know what it is, and also we have the Torah that he sent and the Injil, and the Quran is supposed to confirm those three books or three things.
Okay, and this book, which I assume is the Quran, is a guidance. So he sent a book, the Quran, confirming something that was in, I guess, Muhammad's hands. We don't know. And then he says, and has sent down the Torah and the Injil before a guidance to the people, and has sent down the discrimination. Oh, what discrimination?
Does that make any sense to anyone?
No.
What are you discriminating about?
Hey, do you have your Arabic Quran with you?
Yeah.
What? And verse 3, what is the last word?
Verse 4. Verse 4.
Verse 4. He sent down the discrimination.
Revenge.
Huh?
Those who took revenge. But revenge to what?
No, but it says, verse 4.
Chapter 3, verse 4.
The other books, the Torah and the Injil, came before as a guidance to the people and has sent down the discrimination. What discrimination?
Where is the discrimination?
Okay, you're saying you don't have discrimination there? What do you have again?
No, I don't. There's no discrimination here. It says do intiqam, which means they have the revenge.
Oh, that doesn't.
So we have revenge for what?
Actually, the Quran I have. Here is the link of it. I'll put it in the private. It has both the English and Arabic.
Okay, I'm going to do something. I'm going to find the ebooks. I'm going to go look for. Remember, I sent you 2 Qurans yesterday, Paul.
Yes. Yeah.
One's pretty big, and I'm going to go look for the small one.
This is, you don't have to download this. It's a website.
No, this is online. Okay, you can just share screen with this.
Okay.
I have no clue how to do that.
Hold on a second.
Thank God I'm a computer idiot.
Okay,
I just do the basics.
Okay, so you put it in private. Okay. Oh, yeah, I remember that site. Okay, let me go over here.
It doesn't have parentheses. It doesn't have add-ons. It doesn't have nothing. Just straight translation.
Okay, so but you can pick the translation. I see. I think.
Well, this is really
half
different.
of it is English, half of it is in Arabic.
Right. It's got side by side. Okay, and God, He sent down the book with truth, confirming what came before it. Okay.
Well, the English translation for verse 3 is wrong, because He sent down to you the book with the truth, confirming what came before it. The Arabic, it does not say that. The Arabic says what's in between His hands.
Okay, let me change. Let me try to. Okay, this is Arabic. Okay, these are recitations. Okay, I'm not digging this, so let me go and use my site, Islam, or actually, let me find that book. Islamic books, Qurans. I think that was the Muhammad Ahmed literal translation with his daughter. All right, let me load that up.
I used to have one where you have the 4 different translations, Piccadilly and Yusuf Ali and the other ones, but that site won't open no more.
Okay. Okay, let me get rid of this one. What happened to my book? Oh, I hate it when it does that. It opened up in another browser. Hold on a second. No, it didn't open up in another browser. New tab, new window, new private favorites collection. Yes, it did. It opened up in Microsoft Edge, and I don't like Edge. So let me go over here. Type that in there. Okay, now I got to go over here and.
Do you want me to do it? I mean, I could probably
add another. Okay, apparently. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop.
Yeah, you have to stop.
I can share a video in the screen, but unfortunately, can't share on. Let's go here. I'm probably gonna have to blow this puppy up to about, I don't know.
That's good.
Okay.
Those who have rejected God's signs will have severe punishment. والذين كفروا بآيات الله لهم عذاب شديد. Okay. Punishment. God is mighty. Wallahu Aziz. Take revenge. Exactly. That's what according to the one I have, the translation is more accurate than what you said.
Okay, so here we go. Chapter 3, Imran's family. Okay, that's good. All right, and what does it say? Verse 3. He descended.
Okay, 3.
He descended on you the book, or sent down to you the book with truth. Okay, this one says confirming what is between his hands, and he descended the Torah and the New Testament. Ooh, this one says the New Testament / Bible. Oh. So this doesn't make any sense. So he sends the Quran.
Okay, see, your translation is accurate. Your translation, this translation that you have is more accurate to what the Arabic is saying.
Well, this is supposed to be a word-for-word literal translation. Okay, so number 4. So he descended on you the book with truth, confirming what is between his hands, and he descended the Torah and the New Testament / Bible.
So they can never deny if we go to this particular translation, it says right here.
Okay, yeah. but hold on a second, because let me see. I also have another one, which is the one that I sent you, but now I can't remember what the name of it was. The Glorious Quran, word for word. That is one big sucker. All right, let me open up with Brave. It's going to take, okay. As my internet is going good. All right, now let me just, I'm going to be lazy.
So he descends to the, I'm just going to go on with that number 4 before we go too far. From before guidance to the people. I mean, just that's so disjointed. From before guidance to the people, he descended, the separator of right and wrong. And I think Usama's is an attempt to make it clean, but it doesn't. Yeah. No discrimination. Does he have discrimination here?
There's no discrimination.
Oh, that's the discrimination. Okay, so I see where he's got discrimination. Separator of right and wrong Quran. That's
okay. So he's discriminating between the right and wrong.
Yeah, that's I think what he did. Okay, surely those who became infidels in the verses of Allah, they will have a severe torment. In this one, it says, "Those who believed with God's verses for them." Those who disbelieve with God's verses for them is a strong, severe torture. See, you know, it's such an opposite. I mean, the idea that, I mean, we Christians believe that their book, the Bible, is a message of love, and even to those who disbelieve, it offers hope. And this is saying reading it for the non-believer is torture. I'm not disagreeing. It is torture.
Okay,
but
here's
again,
the other one that I have.
Don't forget that God guides whom he wants and misleads whom he wants. So if he chooses to mislead you, he's not going to guide you.
Oh,
he's going to punish you for him misleading you.
Okay, so now I've got another Quran that I have.
What the heck is this?
And this one is called the, okay, this is not called that. This is called the Glorious Quran, word-to-word translation. I'm not even going to try to mess with the guy. Okay, so let's see. This one, it's like, see, it's hard to find consistency. So in verse 3, okay, supposedly this goes word by word. Okay, so this is a word.
Can you point out where 3 is?
Huh?
It's right there 3? On the...
Right here.
Can you see it?
There's 3 in English, and here's 3 and
okay. The number 3 that refers to the verse.
Huh?
The small number 3 that refers to the verse.
I think
next to number 4.
4 it says, but 2. Before this, okay,
I got it.
Okay. It's going backwards. So 3 is pretty much this.
Okay, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah. But here it says, okay, first of all, he has he. There is no he. And I think the reason why it's in bold, it's because it's not in the Arabic.
Well, in Arabic, it's referring to him. It's not.
Oh, it's a masculine referral. That's
yes.
What I would take it as. That's a
yes.
A singular masculine third person referral. So that's why.
But there is no he in the verse, because remember the other one that we looked at. Okay, no.
You have to understand that the Arabic language sometimes you don't have to put the word he. The word can understood as referred to him.
Yeah.
In Arabic it says nazzala.
Yeah, it's just like it's a standard in most languages that verbs will have masculine. There'll be references to feminine. There's different references, and the verbs can relate that. So that's I think what that means.
Yeah, but in English you don't have the masculine. I mean,
you're right.
In Arabic, everything is he or she.
Yes.
I'm not talking about referring to them as human. I'm talking about gender-wise.
Yes.
So when you say he sent, you say nazzala. If you say she sent, you say nazzalat.
Exactly. Thank you.
So from the Arabic, it's understood to refer to him, to he. So that's why they put it in English.
All right. So according to this one here, so this is where it starts. Here's 2. So this is the end of 2, and this is 3. He revealed to you the book and the truth, confirming that which was before it. This one doesn't even say between your hands.
Okay.
Maybe they don't want you to know. You
Okay.
revealed.
Can you bring it up a little bit?
Can I bring it
Up or down? I don't know how to.
Yeah, go up. He needs to be able to see below where you the point below where you're at.
Above. Okay. Yes. There is no.
Go down
So
a little bit.
where the? Okay, I see where it says.
Okay, it's going backwards.
No, go to the other direction.
This is
the way they have it is the Arabic word on top, and the translation to it is
on the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it now. He revealed, which is Nazzala. Yes, it refers to him, to you, upon you, or to you. Al-Kitab, but Al-Kitab is written wrong anyway in Arabic. But okay, the book. Bil-Haq, okay. Confirming, okay. Lima, that which, okay. Bayna yadayhi, before it. That is wrong. Bayna yadayhi does not mean was before it. That means in between his hands.
Okay.
And he revealed, and actually, the translation for Anzala is not revealed, because to reveal, you have to uncover. If I send, is not uncovering. If I send you something, I'm sending it to you. If I uncover it, it's completely different. So according to this, it should be was and sent the Torah and Injil.
Okay, so we're gonna scrap this guy. Okay, because obviously then he's so I think
they're not going to translate the Quran word by word because it brings too much issues with them.
That's okay. I want the issues.
Yeah, I agree. I understand you. But when we read different translations, they're trying to sugarcoat it and sweet the Quran as much as possible for the non-Arab to fall in love with it.
Okay,
that's their intention.
We're all not okay. So I like this. I like Muhammad, whatever his name, Ahmed's. Okay, because he says he descended on you the book with the truth, and he also has the Arabic here, confirming what is between his hands.
That's correct.
And he descended the Torah and the New Testament / Bible.
That's more accurate. Descended, not revealed, which is true.
Okay, so
according to the Arabic. Now I don't know according to them. I'm just comparing the words and the
but we still don't learn what's between their hands.
Right. So
you know what? Hey, I'm not gonna even go there.
So
use your imagination.
So Paul, do you want to use this one? I mean, I like Osama.
I think we could,
because he gives you the
we can
words.
use this too. It doesn't matter.
Right.
I mean,
I wish I could. Okay, so now we're in. Let me see. Did I blow it up enough? Yeah. Okay.
Well, actually, what you're doing is even better because it shows there is no accuracy in the translation.
Okay.
Okay. So when a non-Arab is reading it, which translation he should follow?
But wait a minute. Aren't they all supposed to be exact? There's no difference in translation. Aren't we told that?
But the problem is not that. The problem is they tell you we don't care what is written. We care with what we believe.
Yeah.
So once somebody tells you, I don't care what's written, I care on what I believe, you can't argue with him because that becomes a personal belief, and you can't argue personal belief.
Okay, so let's go and refresh what we've read so far. Forget about 1 and 2. Now, in verse 3, Allah sent down or descended, same thing, a book, which is supposed to be the Quran, which is supposed to contain truth. And that book is confirming what is between Muhammad's hands. But we don't know what is between Muhammad's hands. And then Allah...
Peanut. He had peanuts between his hands.
Maybe Muhammad was playing with his new toy.
That's what I said. Use your imagination.
So... And then it goes on to say, and he descended the Torah and the New Testament. So my understanding of this is that what is in his hands has nothing to do with the Torah and the New Testament, because that's coming after what's in between his hands. Now the Torah and the Bible or the New Testament came before as a guidance to the people, and he descended the separator of right and wrong, which I guess that's why Deaddock is using discriminator.
Yeah, that makes some sense.
Okay, so those who believed with God's verses for them is a strong or severe. torture, and God is okay. But wait a minute. So he sent down.
You're talking about 5?
No,
No,
I'm
we're
still on 4.
Okay.
I just saw something here. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, okay, so the Torah and in the New Testament, there were guidance to the people before, and Allah also descended or sent down the separator of right and wrong, which I guess is the Quran, because it says right there, Quran.
Well,
okay, so this is the funny thing that maybe I read it wrong. That those who believed, so these are people that believe in Allah's verses. So for the people that believe in Allah's verses is a strong and severe torture.
No, that's they disbelieve. They disbelieve in God's verses.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm doing it again today. After 12 hours of this crap, I'm seeing believers and disbelieve. Okay.
So they disbelieve in God's verses.
Right. And God is glorious, mighty, the owner of revenge and punishment.
Before you continue, did you make a disclaimer before you started? That please, anytime we talk about the Quran, it's going to contain R-rated and X-rated.
Oh,
so we are not responsible for any minor that is sitting in the chat or are listening.
Definitely.
I'm going to have to add that to my video. Okay.
And
so
ladies, excuse the language. It's not ours. It's the Quran.
Okay.
All what we're doing is repeating what the Quran will be saying or might say. So
so now we're number 5, which I believe that doesn't make sense to start the sentence. That God, which God? That God.
I don't know. The God who?
That God, no.
Allah.
That God, nothing hides on him. Really? And the earth, planet Earth, and nor and the sky. Oh, I like this guy's translation. He's not trying to fix it. I mean, I believe is a actual literal translation. No fluff, no muss. As you can see, the little translation here makes no sense. That God, nothing hides on him, and the earth, planet Earth, nor in the sky, space. Okay. He is who pictures or forms you. Okay. I'm thinking form.
Okay. هو الذي يصوركم في الأرحام, which means he's the one who pictures you in the mother's womb.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Usama has. He who forms you in the womb, how he wills.
Okay. So he is who forms you in the womb's uterus, how he wants and wills. Of course, no God except he, the glorious or mighty, the wise and judicious.
Well, they added the judicious, but okay.
Yeah, his Osama says there is no God but him, the dear, the wise. There's no judicious word there.
All right.
So wait a minute. That slash judicious, that's an or. So you can either say wise or judicious is what
right. Okay, so number 7. Here we go again. He is who descended on you the book, which I'm assuming is the Quran. From it are perfected or tightened verses. Really? I have not seen a perfected verse. I don't know about the tightened verse.
Wait a minute. I thought we were trying to find something clear. We haven't found anything clear yet either. So I'm still looking for that yellow cow, by the way. A bright yellow cow. If anybody sees one, please let us know.
He is who descended on you the book or sent down the book. And from that book are perfected and tightened verses.
Okay.
They are, of course, I don't know what F is. I have to go find it. Verses. They are F.
Okay, I don't know what the F is.
The books. Well, F
okay,
is
let me translate it from the Arabic here. He who sent the book, which has the strong verses or the tight verses, they are the mother of the book. Hunna al-kitab. That means those strong verses are the root or the mother of the book, which is the Quran. And others are similar. They look alike. In other words, he might send you 3-4 verses in 5 chapters that are similar to each other. Why would you want to do that?
Okay. Hey, listen. I don't know about you guys, but that translation, although it's literal, it's driving me nuts. I'm gonna go back to Brother Osama's.
No, well,
It's
I
hard.
can't-
Amazingly, well, which is quite humorous. That this is pretty literal, and
I
even
mean, I cannot.
I talked to
I
Usama about that. The concept
Yeah,
of literal versus the way he said he tried to clean some up, and then I talked to him about, because I have a different edition than what you shared with me, and it was interesting because he talks about he's still making changes because he has people, other Arabic speakers who will talk with him and and argue a point here and there. He's still willing to make changes. So yeah. I think it's the best translation. That's my personal opinion, but that's me.
Yeah, I mean, I love that other translation.
I'm definitely going to be using that. Yeah.
But
if it's literal, imagine it's not making sense. Imagine the actual.
I'm not disagreeing.
well, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting more confused.
And then start reading the other translations that are not literal. You find that the unliteral translations making a little bit more sense than the original.
So that's what's humorous, because they keep saying you can't read this unless you read the Arabic, but even in the Arabic, it's worse. And you told us that yesterday.
You're correct. You're correct. But the English is the translation to other languages. It's a little bit smoother than the Arabic.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
So in other words, you can kind of little bit comprehend the English and accept it. But when you read the Arabic, it's like you sit there. If you never had a gray hair, you get gray hair at 12 years old.
But isn't it supposed to be clear? All right.
Okay,
I want to reread. I want to
clear only to Allah, because again, the Quran says nobody can understand it except Him.
Oh, so it's not a book to communicate to humans. It's a book for him, for this God to communicate to himself.
Exactly. And
so
all the scholars.
So why do we have it?
All the scholars try to explain it, and at the end of the day, they tell you nobody can understand it except him. Nobody can translate it or define it except him. So what are you sitting there telling me? If you can, if you make the claim, if you make the translation, you make the explanation, but yet you tell me nobody can explain it except him. So what you told me is what? A lie?
So we're on verse 7, correct?
Okay, so back to Osama, because man, I was starting to get a headache, and it's too early to get a headache. Okay, so verse 7, he is who sent down on you the book, which number 4 is again the Quran. Some of its verses are decisive or clear. Those are the mother of the book. Okay, so there's a father. Where's the father of the book?
No, they mean by the mother that they're the root. They're the
they're
okay.
It's not
those are the mother of the book, and others are ambiguous. Okay, so the Quran is not a clear book.
No, it's
So we have verses that are decisive. How do we know which of those verses? And how do we know which verses are ambiguous? That Allah leave us
that's what abrogation's all about. He sends down something better.
That Allah give us a map of, okay, this is decisive, this is ambiguous. Okay, those are the mother of the book, and others are ambiguous. So those whose hearts deviate, so they will follow what is ambiguous. So I guess if you're not a believer, you're going to follow the ambiguous.
But you're following the Quran, aren't you?
I guess the
Quran. If those verses are in the Quran, who made you disbeliever? You or the Quran?
Allah is fooling me by giving me ambiguous verses, but not telling me which ones they are. Okay, so they will follow what is ambiguous of it, desiring the sedition and desiring its interpretation. And no one knows the interpretation except Allah. So why would Allah put verses in the Quran that nobody can interpret except Allah? And again, my question to Muslims is, where are these verses that only Allah knows? Because all the tafsir writers are giving us an explanation of every single verse. And those deeply rooted in knowledge say, we believed in it, all of it from our Lord. Okay, so you believe in the clear and the unclear. Okay, so this is all about belief. Don't worry about questioning. Don't do what we're doing and ask questions. Just read the book and go on, have a good life. But none will remember except those who have understanding. Okay, but none will remember. So if you don't have understanding, you're not going to remember the Quran, I guess. Our Lord, clearly not Allah speaking, this has got to be Muhammad or somebody else. Our Lord, do not make our hearts deviate after you have guided us, and grant to us mercy from you. Surely you are the granter. Okay, so Allah makes your heart deviate, and that's why you're not guided. Again, this is not Allah speaking, our Lord. Surely you gather the people to a day. Now, we don't know which day this is, but don't worry about it. It's a day. There is no doubt in it. So there's going to be a day that there is no doubt, and Allah is going to come and gather you, or gather his people. Surely Allah will not change the appointed time, but we don't know what the appointed time is. How do we know that he's not changing the appointed time if we don't know what the time is? Allah did not tell you and me when the appointed time is going to come. You know what this reminds me? When Muslims say, how come Jesus didn't know the time or the hour? Well, apparently here we don't know what the day is, because how do we know Allah didn't change his appointment? We don't know when the appointment is supposed to take place. Okay, surely those who became infidels, here we go again, their money and their children will not profit them anything against Allah. Again, this is portraying Allah as something that can be hurt.
Well, it makes him seem incredibly vain as well, because right. Surely those who became infidels, their money and their children cannot profit them anything. So he's so concerned about the physicality of infidels. He's concerned that they might have money and they might have children and it would profit them. So he wants to put, he's saying the children are the fuel on the fire. That's kind of a morbid, disgusting, hateful statement as well.
I don't think it's just the children. I think it's the parents and the children are going to be the fuel of the fire.
That's pretty sick.
Like the habit. Now, why would these people have to go to the fire? Because Allah doesn't want to guide them.
Yeah, well, he told us he said there he chooses who he'll guide, not. So if Allah chooses, again, there's no reason for them to go to the fire if Allah chose not to send you guidance. If Allah is in existence, he wouldn't be this jealous God. That's what he keeps saying. He's all powerful type thing, but he keeps showing us that he's not, unfortunately.
Okay, okay, verse 11. Like the habit of the family of Pharaoh and those who before them, they denied our verses. What Pharaoh? Family of which Pharaoh? You know how many pharaohs they were?
And what was the habit?
I don't know. Hey, well, wait a minute. Isn't the habit something that you wear on your head?
That's a good question.
Isn't that also called what the nuns wear? They wear the habit?
Yeah, they wear the habit, but I don't think that's the intention here. If they're talking about, well, it's the norm for people to sit there and laugh at Allah, well, maybe that's what they're saying.
Right.
So the people of Egypt would normally sit there and laugh at Allah, and deny their verses. I can see that before the time of Allah. Or even during the time of, again, before the time of Allah, it would insinuate that Allah hasn't always been. So, yeah.
Okay, so they denied our verses. I don't know which verses. I guess the Torah, because, okay, so Allah sees.
Kufar, Eric is on. Eric is watching. I don't know if you want to bring him
yes, he
aboard.
is. Yeah.
I don't see him in the.
Oh, he's there. He's listening. Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to bring him, I don't know.
I sent him an invite. He's busy, so he can't come in.
Okay, so he's listening. Okay, so Dice. Okay, now go over there. Okay, so Allah sees them for their sins, and Allah is severe in the punishment. I think by the second chapter we got the idea that Allah is severe in punishment. Okay, say to those who became infidels. Okay, so who are we talking about? Who became infidels? Because this is talking about the family of Imran. So who is this person? Who's this person?
Is this Imran? Who is this Imran? Who is this family of Imran? According
we
to the
haven't
Muslims?
heard of him yet.
Well, according to the Quran, it's the family of Mary, or I should say Maryam. Okay. Okay. So say to those who become infidels, you will be defeated and gathered into hell, and evil is the bed. Okay.
So your bed can be evil? I mean, I thought that was an inanimate object.
I guess. Hey, listen, rocks can fear Allah. Why can't the bed be evil?
So the bed can be alive.
Yeah. So number 13, indeed, there was a sign in the meeting of the two groups. What two groups? What was the sign?
Wait. I thought you said Allah was clear.
Hey, this must be one of those ambiguous verses. So a group waged war for the sake of Allah, and another is an infidel. So what group waged war for Allah, and who were the group that they were fighting? We don't know. They see them twice as many by their eyes. Okay, so these people are seeing double vision.
That's what it looks like.
Okay, and Allah supports with his victory whom he wills. Again.
So you know what's funny there? Allah's okay with his own people being killed off.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on what they, maybe he had a bad day.
It's okay. You can go commit jihad or commit war or whatever. And it's okay. You can die off because it wasn't Allah's day to support you.
Right. Surely, and this is a lesson for those who have sight. What is the lesson? That Allah gives victory to whoever he feels like. Maybe he flips a coin. Okay, we got group A and group B. Let me flip a coin. A is going to be for group 1 and B is going to be for group 2. Well, shit, group A got screwed. Okay, so victory, surely this is a lesson for those who have sight. Well, if you don't have sight.
So I put it this way. If you can see that Allah doesn't care who wins, right. He doesn't care if his people win, that's insight. I mean, so why fight for this guy?
Okay, this one is really good. Beautify to the people the love of the lusts of women and the sons of the measures, which are ever virgin, of gold and silver and horses with marks, okay, and livestock and fields.
So did you just equate women with livestock?
I guess.
I mean, isn't that what that sounds like? It's equating women as merchandise or as cattle?
But wait a minute. Let me go back. Beautify
the lust of the women.
Beautify to the people the love of the lusts of women and the sons
and the children.
And the
the
children and the 555 and the measures and the okay, so 5 the cantor means measure.
It's a weight. It's a weight. Like it's a weight. It's some kind of weight. Like you say a pound,
right?
Or
measure. It says measures.
Yes,
you can actually physically weigh lust.
Right. So, which are measured of gold and silver?
No, not measured. Pounds of gold and silver.
Okay,
that's how we put it.
But
horses.
But pounds of gold and silver would be a measure of gold and silver.
He gave those people lust for women, for children, for tons of gold, tons of silver. That's exactly what I was saying yesterday. That's what Islam is about. Sex, money, and killing.
There you go. You got it right
And it's
there.
right there.
Okay, so gold and silver, horses with marks, and livestock and fields. Such is the enjoyment of this world's life. And Allah has the best return. Oh man, if you
So-
invest in Allah, Allah is going to give you the best return.
I think there's an important point here, though. If you understand if you look at history of Islam, one of the things you find out with Muhammad's conquests is that he learns that the people who followed him were terrible farmers. In fact, when he made a conquest, one of his first conquests, they took over this area that had fig trees and stuff. And you know what? He had his people in charge. So the next time he goes in, because those fig trees and everything died off because they were terrible farmers. Next time they go in, okay, we'll let you live. We'll let you take care of stuff. You just pay, Yeah. So they don't know what to do with that.
I think the deal was 50% of what they produce, man. You talk about highway robbery. These people are going to produce for you, whatever these people produce, they're going to have to give you 50% of what they produced for you and your caravan. Okay. Say, will I inform you with better than that? Better than what? Oh, maybe he's saying, I'm not going to inform you with better than lusty women, sons and the pounds of gold and silver and horses and marks and livestock and fields. No. Okay. To the fearer, again, those who fear Allah with their Lord gardens, below them. Where did we read that before, Paul? Remember the wind and the fire? And
I'm sorry, I got a distraction in the chat. All right,
the rooftop. Remember the guy was talking about the rooftop of the
Oh,
village
yes,
or
the
something?
rooftop,
It
the
was
crumbling
demolished.
rooftop.
And they talked
Well, again,
about
is this another seizure going back in time?
So to the fear with their lords, shouldn't it be their lord's garden? Is that, what does the Arabic say? What do?
Which verse?
Verse 15.
قال I'm telling you about a good for those who humiliated you, fear, and with their God, Janatun, fear with their God, they can have heaven or Jannah.
Oh my God, that is so different. That is so different than what we are reading.
Under the rivers of eternal rivers has as a couple, azwaj means couple, mutaharatun, the clean, and they are accepted from Allah, and Allah knows his followers or his slaves.
That makes no sense at all.
Which means say I'm informing you.
Yeah.
And good, بخير, من ذلكم, those who insulted you or humiliated you, للذين اتقوا عند ربهم, to those who accepted Allah or felt humble to their Allah, that they will have Jannat, which means heavens, runs and under forever running rivers that has couples, azwaj, mutaharatun, couples, clean couples or kosher couples, and Allah's blessings, and Allah sees what his creatures do. That's kind of translating word by word to the best possible.
All right, let me see what the other guy said. It's not going to
make sense translating it literal. I mean, anytime you translate literal, it loses the meaning.
Let me see what this guy says. I'm not going to put it on the screen. I'm just going to read what his verse 15 says. Say, do I inform you with a better than that? So I guess he's talking about what we just read above about the gold.
Do I inform you?
Yeah, he says, "Do I inform you with a better than that?"
There is no question in the Arabic.
But it's not a question. It's got a period.
Yeah,
But
but the way it's put
but
in
it
I
does
don't think there's
it does read
punctuation.
like a question.
Yeah.
but in the
Okay.
Arabic doesn't say that.
I know.
Unbi'ukum means I'm telling you. Qul, which is say, and you're familiar with that word.
Yeah.
Qul and qal. Qul, which means say. Qul unbi'ukum, which means I'm informing you.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you what his translation says, and this is supposed to be a literal translation. Why would this dumbass want to call me? I'm on a freaking live show.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Bring him
Come on,
on,
dude.
board.
He's been in the chat room. That's
Oh,
why.
okay.
Bring
Say,
him on.
Correct.
okay, so 15. Say, do I inform you with a better than that? To those who feared and obeyed, at their Lord are trees, gardens, paradises. You pick the choice. The rivers flow from beneath, immortality, eternality. In it, and purified spouses. Ooh, your wives are going to be spouses. And acceptance from God. And God is seeing, knowing with the worshipers. Let's go back. I'm telling you, man, you can't. This God brought down a book in a language that doesn't make sense in the language, and it doesn't make sense in anybody else's language. Okay, so where do we leave off? Let me go back to that doc. Say, will I inform you with better than that? To the Pharaoh with their Lord gardens. Below them, the rivers flow. They will abide in it forever. In it are pure wives. Number 7 is ever virgin wives. So in this garden, you're going to have ever virgin wives.
So this is the concept of their paradise.
Right. With Allah's pleasure. What do you mean by with Allah's pleasure?
Well, if it's talking about pleasure, and it's Allah, it's all about sex.
Okay. And Allah sees the servants. Okay. Number 16. Those who say,
wait, is Allah a peeping Tom?
I guess so.
Wait a minute. He's talking about pleasure, and Allah sees.
Of course.
Wait. He said, in it are pure wives, so Allah is peeping.
Not just pure wives, ever virgin wives.
And he's a peeping Tom. Allah is here being made out to be a peeping Tom. Oh my God.
With Allah's pleasure. That means Allah created for you those ever virgin wives with his pleasure.
Well, he asked a good question. Is God peeping Tom? Of course. Why do you think he allowed Muhammad to marry as many women as he have and have sex with whoever he wants and can exchange wife whenever he feels he's bored and give them the right, if you want to get married to a woman, you should have to test her for 3 days. If things go well, you can continue. If not, you split. And if you lost your neighbor's wife or your son's wife, you can ask him. Why do you think all this Allah provided him with that?
On top of that, we discussed yesterday how the Surah of the cow talked about sex with men. And it was permissible. Oh my God. Yeah.
Okay, Islam defender Yahya. He didn't mean it. He didn't mean it in an insultive way. So don't let your pride take over.
Well, I mean, he's trying to call me and interrupt me, and he knows that I'm in the middle of doing a live show, and he's going to call me on Skype. Come on, seriously.
Maybe he wants to come aboard. So
okay,
I don't think he's got the gumption to actually discuss the topic.
I mean, I'll let him come on board, but just type it on the text. Let me know, and we'll give him the link.
You want me to put the link in? I could do that.
Yeah,
so
you can do that.
So there you go, Mr. Yahya.
Okay,
if you want to come and stay on topic and discuss verse by verse, fine. But if you can switch and go to the Bible and jump all over the place, especially when nobody has bananas throwing around. So you stay on the topic, you're welcome to come. But nobody has bananas for you to be jumping all over the place trying to catch them.
Okay, so where do we leave off? Number 16. Okay, those who say, our Lord, we surely believe, so forgive us our sins and guard us from the torment of the fire. Okay.
So wait a minute. They've been talking about pleasure. So is this saying that you can go from pleasure straight to hellfire again?
I don't know.
Or is
17, the patient and the truthful and the lowly and the spenders of what they who ask forgiveness at daybreak. Okay, I have no clue what that means. Now, I do
don't
have a
think they do
problem with
either.
that, given the fact that in the Hadiths, Allah says that He creates you for heaven and hell before you were born. He kills you for not sinning. So again, what's the purpose of, forgiving sin? I guess He likes to hear people say, hey, listen, forgive me, forgive my sins, because He's going to kill you if you don't sin. Okay, so He needs believers who sin and ask for forgiveness. Okay, 18, Allah witnessed that there is no God but Him. Well, how do I know? How can I trust that Allah witnessed that there is no God but Him?
Well, we do know He's a peeping Tom, but I mean,
Right.
if he oh, jeez.
How can you witness yourself?
I don't know. But we know that that's not true.
I will say this, that in Isaiah we have God stating, besides me there is no other God. There's a difference between making a statement besides me, and another one is claiming that you're one's a personal statement, one's a third person statement. There's a little bit different. Yeah. I think he's trying to twist that statement, and he's not doing it very well.
Okay, so back to okay, so Allah witnessed that there is no God but Him, and the angels and those who possess knowledge will stand with number 8.
Oh, you know what? I also noticed when you said that besides me, there, Allah witnessed that there is no God but Him. Is He saying there's more than one person to Him?
I don't know.
Because if He's a witness and He's Allah, I mean that means He's two persons, right?
Well, there has to be others for you to witness something. Right?
Oh,
I can't just say I
was committing shirk in the statement, is what it sounds like.
I guess so. Okay, and the angels and those who possess knowledge will stand with justice. Who are these people who possess knowledge? Is that referring to the Muslims? Because I'm sorry, Allah, I can't find Muslims, even the ones that are highly educated. I just cannot find anybody who's got knowledge and stays a Muslim. Okay, number 19. Surely, and boy, this is one that Saban, what do Muslim know? He loves to post in the room. Chapter 3, verse 19. Surely the religion with Allah is Islam. And they, number nine. Oh, the Jew and the Christians. Now, how would I know who the hell they are? Because it doesn't say Jew or Christian. And they to whom are given the book. Okay, maybe that's the clue. But what book?
Utul Kitab, which is the Torah and the Injil.
Right. Did not. Okay, let me start all over again. Surely the religion with Allah is Islam. So we know that Allah has a religion, which would be weird for a God to have a religion. Is Islam. And
well, He has a religion and He has a language. The religion is Islam and the language is Arabic.
That's true. But wait a minute. All the other prophets spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek.
That was fake. They all spoke Arabic.
So they were really they were really speaking Arabic.
Exactly.
It's just the people just didn't understand it.
There you go.
So surely the religion with Allah is Islam. Hold on a second, let me look.
Even though we have evidence that Hebrew was created when they were slaves.
Welcome, Mr. Yahya. Hey, listen, Comet Warrior. Unfortunately, you don't have either your mic or your camera. I don't need your camera. I'm sure you're pretty good looking, but we just need some kind of mic. And please, guys, listen. If you're going to come on the panel, which I got room, I think, for 2 more, we have to stick to what we're doing. Either contribute to it. I don't want any distractions. Don't ask about the Bible, Jesus, Santa Claus, whatever. If you have something to add to a verse or your opinion, then I don't mind. Other than that, let's just carry on and listen. Okay, surely the religion with Allah is Islam, and please mute yourself unless you're going to be very quiet like a mouse. And they to whom are given the book did not disagree. except after the knowledge came to them. So let me understand this. Out of envy amongst themselves. So the religion with Allah is Islam. The Jews and the Christians were giving the Torah and the Injil, and they did not disagree until after they got knowledge. So wouldn't you think that you would disagree when you don't have knowledge? Why would you disagree after having knowledge? Out of envy amongst themselves. Now, what would they be envious? Is this trying to say that the Jews and the Christians were envious of the Quran?
Sure. You know what? It sounds like they're not envious of it because they don't. I mean, again, they don't have knowledge of the Quran, so they don't have any reason. And again, why would you be envious of the Quran? Because as we're finding out, it's pretty incoherent, unfortunately.
Well, and you couldn't even be envious of the Quran because no Quran existed.
Oh, that's correct. There was no Quran.
It was just recitation and written down in pieces here, pieces there. Joe remembered the first 10 verses. You know, Michael remembered the other 10 verses and so forth. So,
and then there was on bones and God knows
right.
what.
So it was scattered. So there was nothing really to.
And don't forget that you know that stuff on that Aisha's sheep ate or goat ate.
The tame goat, and I think one hadith says it's a sheep, and another one says is a goat.
Neither.
There's a difference between a sheep and a goat.
Neither.
It
says dajan. Dajan means any domestic animal that you have that eats. It doesn't be specifically a goat. You could have a rat.
Could have been a dog.
It could be a rat. It could be a rabbit. It could be anything that is domesticated. Is considered dajan.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. So, but I'm trying to find what you're reading. Chapter what? Verse what?
I'm in chapter 3, verse 19.
Where is the word envy? I don't see the word envy in Arabic.
So,
those who have in Allah's religion is Islam, and those who got into a disagreement from those who had the book. They had the discrepancy or the disagreement after they knew the light, which means after they knew the Quran, they had the disagreement. And those who deny the words of Allah, Allah is quick in His punishment. I don't see anywhere where it says envy. Envy means hasad.
Okay.
If you are better than me, I envy you. But I don't see that.
Let me look at number 19 according to Mr. What's his name? Okay, number 19. Okay. That truly the religion at God, the Islam, submission, surrender. And those who were given the book did not differ, disagree, dispute, except from after what
exactly,
except from what the knowledge, except from after what the knowledge came to them,
which refers to
and
the
then
Quran.
Something about oppression, corruption between them.
Yes.
And who disbelieves with God's signs, verses.
Okay, correct.
So that God, quick or speedy, the counting and calculating.
Correct.
Wow. Woohoo.
Okay.
Did anybody get that? Because that shit didn't make any sense.
So, actually, it's interesting because it's making a claim. I think that you previously made that that the Quran came down at the time, at an earlier time before Muhammad. So this is kind of scary.
Yeah, but usually when you envy for the better.
Right.
Oh, I agree with you. Yes.
But I don't see where is anywhere envying anything. All it says, those who accepted the books, they got this agreement after they were enlightened. They got into this agreement after they were enlightened. And after they were enlightened, it refers to that when the Quran came, now they have knowledge with the Quran, so they had this agreement with their books.
My only statement there is there anything in that passage in Arabic that identifies what they're saying is actually the Quran? Because they're talking about knowledge. Are they specifically making a statement there that it is the Quran?
No, it's just the general understanding.
Okay, so a general understanding. So if we don't if we're just going strictly by the Arabic here, all we know is that there's some knowledge.
Yes.
And we're not saying it's the Quran.
Absolutely. You can't, I mean, if you stick to this by itself and you start asking what is this knowledge, you would not know. The only way you're going to know if you go back to their tafsir and to their hadith and the general understanding of Muslims.
So there's nothing here that indicates he's talking about the Quran.
No.
Just by the Arabic. Thank you. That I think is actually important. Thank you.
Okay, so
most of the Quran is it doesn't talk specifically. Most of it comes in like the common understanding of Muslims. When they say the Prophet, they don't say a name. The general understanding is about Muhammad. When they say he, the general understanding refers to Allah. But nothing is actually very clear in the Quran. That's what they tell you. We don't care what is written. We know what we believe.
Yeah, I keep seeing that. Yeah.
Okay, they did not disagree except after they got the knowledge. Okay, knowledge came to them out of the envy amongst themselves, and whoever becomes an infidel in the verses of Allah. Why would you become an infidel with the verses of Allah? So surely Allah is swift into reckoning. That's where it says in the other.
If you reject His words,
counting, calculating,
you will become infidel.
So again, it doesn't sound like a bad thing because, you know, if you read that again, it says whoever became an infidel in the verses. So if you become a disbeliever by reading his book,
right? And
that's if you read the oblivious parts. Now, if you can tell which one is which, good luck.
All right, can somebody read? I gotta take a break.
Okay, so verse 20. So if they dispute with you, so say, I have surrendered my face to Allah and those who follow me. I have surrendered my face. Well, why would you give your face to somebody? I mean, is that a custom or is there... I don't understand what they actually mean. Surrender my face. Is that a custom in the Middle East? Give your face to someone?
I never heard of that term, but it refers like, you know, you're giving your neck, you know, you're putting your life online.
Oof. Okay,
I
so you're putting your life on the line. Oh, okay. So that would be the I guess the term abaya. You're giving a vow. I'm not even sure I'm saying that correctly.
Aslam to means surrendered.
Okay. I've surrendered to my face to Allah and those who follow me.
I never heard that exact term, but technically it refers like I'm surrendering my life to you.
That okay. And to say to those who were given the book, and I don't have the split screen that he has. So I can't actually do that. And to the Gentiles, have you become Muslim? And so if they become Muslim, so indeed they are guided. So wait a minute. I thought Allah guided who he willed. So only those who read the Quran and become Muslim are those who are guided. But if you read the Quran, it's kind of hard to say you're guided because if you read it, it's not sensical. It's not.
You have to read the strong verses to be guided. If you read the unstrong verses or the oblivious verses, you get misguided. Now, go figure. So in this case, you have to go to your scholar for him to tell you which one is strong, which one to follow, which one to reject.
So that's it. Yeah. So.
So pick and choose. They tell you the Bible is partially corrupted, and they pick and choose. So that applies on the Quran again. Pick and choose.
And the funny thing there is they have nothing in the Quran that says the Bible's corrupted. But yeah. So
I have 3 challenges out there. Yeah. One of them, each one worth $2,000 cash. One of them to come up with a clear verse from the Quran that says Isa was never killed, was never crucified, and they cannot refer to they said they killed him but killed him not, because that specific verse refers to the Jews. and we all know the Jews did not crucify him. But there is nowhere else in the Quran it says the Romans didn't or somebody else didn't. So if they can't bring me certain specific verse, they get $2,000. The second challenge, to bring me a clear verse from the Quran that says specifically that the Injil was corrupted or the Bible is corrupted. And they can't bring one because the one that they usually use, those who wrote the book with their hand. The question would be, how did they write the Quran? With their feet? The third one, okay, I forgot even what the third one is. Yeah, the third one is, if Allah says ABC and it's written in the Quran, EFG, and the teacher taught you ABC because that's what Allah said and that's what Muhammad repeated, which is wrong, Allah or the writer? Because chapter 19, verse 1, which I have arguments with it, been having discussions with Muslims, and none of them bring that. I mean, they sit there and tell you the meaning. We don't understand. It means this. I'm not asking about the meaning. Chapter 19, I'm waiting for this till Kufari comes back. Chapter 19, verse 1. There is a word that is written there. Okay. The word is kuhayas, kahayas, kihayas. I don't care how you pronounce it. When a Muslim reads it to you, he spells it. He tells you kaf, ha, ya, ayn, sad. That's the spelling of what is written. The question, did Allah tell Jibreel kaf, ha, ya, ayn, sad? Or did he tell him kahayas as it is written? If they tell you kaf, ha, ya, ayn, sad, okay, then from Allah to Jibreel to Muhammad to the scholar or to the teacher are correct. Is it written the same way in the Arabic Quran? The answer is no. Therefore, the writer made a mistake. And there is one mistake in the Quran that cannot be authenticated as is from Allah. The flip
that
of
makes
it,
sense, because if you're going to call him God, he's not supposed to be able to make mistakes, correct?
Correct. The flip part of it, if Allah told Jibreel as it is written in the Quran, Jibreel told Muhammad as it is written in the Quran, the writer wrote it correctly, which makes the Quran correct. The teacher would have been corrupted it because that's not what he teaches the Muslims. So one of the two has to be correct. Both of them cannot be correct. And their answer is, I don't care what is written. This is what we learned how to say it, and this is how we're supposed to say it.
Are you referring to 19:1?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
So
did we finish 21?
No, we're just finishing 20.
Oh, okay.
I think we're at have you become Muslim. So if they become Muslim, so indeed they are guided, and if they turn away, so surely your duty is only delivering. Delivering what? And Allah sees the servants.
I guess delivering the message.
Food. I'll take some pizza.
There you go. Okay. Okay.
You're reading 20?
21 we're in.
Yeah, we just finished reading 20.
21
and Allah sees the servants. Yeah, we saw that someplace before where Allah sees the servants.
He's a peeping Tom. He keeps seeing the servants.
I know.
Those who deny the verses of Allah and they kill the prophets without justification, and they kill those who order.
Oh, you're reading 21.
Well, yes.
Okay.
Order بالقسط من الناس. I don't know what that word is in English. من الناس فبشرهم بعذاب. Therefore, you tell them that they have hellfire waiting for them.
Yeah, Osama wrote, surely those who become infidels in the verses of Allah and kill the prophets unjustly and kill those who command with justice from the people, so give them good news of a painful torment. How is painful torment good news?
Okay, it says, surely those who become infidels in the verses of Allah. Why would the verses of Allah make people infidels?
because they don't make sense.
I
or are
don't
not clear?
I don't see good news. It says inform them with adab, painful punishment.
Okay.
But I don't
Okay.
see good news. The
All
word
right.
bashirhum, that
Can,
means
can I,
inform him. It
may
could
I
be
come
good.
in? May can
Yeah,
I
sure.
comment, please?
Sure.
Peace be
Islam
upon all of
defender,
you.
Mr. Yahya. Assalamu alaikum.
Peace,
كيف حالك حبيبي?
peace be upon all of you, and I hope all of you well, and I wish you the best for this year. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect all of you. Regarding those verses you are talking about, it's already God has on the tongue of his prophet, peace upon him, has talked to the Jew in chapter 2 from verse 40 to verse 124. And actually, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, while he was talking to them, he reminds about how he bestow his grace upon them and invites them to accept Prophet Muhammad as a chosen of him. And
Yeah, but
may I finish? May I
but
finish?
you're not dealing with the verse. You're
I'm
jumping
coming
into
to it.
something. You're jumping into another chapter. We haven't got there yet.
This is we're talking about verse 21, chapter 3. But
You're
Yeah, you're
breaking up. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you're breaking up really bad.
We come to verse 3 of chapter 20, chapter 3, verse 21. You should remember that the chapter 2 from verse number.
Yeah, you're breaking up, man. I'm not understanding half of what you're saying, and I'm pretty sure the other people.
It's your mic or your connection is really, really bad.
Sounds like probably his connection.
Yeah. I guess the connection is very bad.
Yeah, he's not.
I have to.
You're only partially in the room, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, he's not in the UK yet. I think he's in Spain, so I guess Spain doesn't have fast.
I'm hoping that connection.
You might have to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Sorry about that. We just can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. So either come out and come back in or something.
Again, here he's going to from chapter 3, trying to explain it with chapter 2. That's what he was trying to do.
Nah, that's not going to work here.
That's what we were talking about yesterday. You can't, according to them, you can't go take chapter, verse. One verse in chapter their explanation might be 2 chapters before, 6 chapters after. So if one verse in one chapter can go all over the place, imagine the chapter itself.
So basically what he's demonstrating is his God is epileptic.
Which is what I've been saying, unfortunately.
Or has ADHD, because how do you write a book where you put part A in one chapter and then part B in some other chapter and then part C in another chapter? So by the time you go to part B, you've already forgotten what the hell part A was saying.
That's so you can't say it contradicts itself.
Right.
And that's exactly why it proves the Quran could not be from Allah, because it was not preserved properly, even if it was. And whoever collected it, of man, how did he collect it? Which order he collected it? So he got pieces from here, pieces from there, and put it together, and it became a Quran. It became a written book.
Well, I mean, it wasn't in the order of revelation, that's for sure. But then again, listen, I don't even believe the whole story about Uthman, because we don't have anything to back up.
Kuffar, that's irrelevant. We're not talking about what we believe. We're talking about what they believe.
Well, but my problem is I don't care what they believe. I care what they can back up. I mean, they could believe that the moon is made out of cheese, which is great. Now, can you prove to me that the moon is made out of cheese?
Okay.
And don't come back to me and say, well, can you prove it that it's not made out of cheese? Because that's not my job.
Black Mamba. Your passion is appreciated. Your passionate is appreciated. But please don't make assumptions you cannot prove. You cannot show any evidence behind it. This way, a way to mislead by breaking the sound. We know Yahya long enough to know that is not a way to mislead. Yahya does not try to mislead you by making voices. So please don't
Sorry.
assume.
Okay, thank you very much for the heads up. Um, there were
He's on vacation, so he must be in an area that's got bad.
We know Yahya very well. We know him for over a year. Okay.
Ah,
The guy
okay.
must be maybe, not maybe, definitely he's misleading with his explanation of the Quran and all that, but he's not disrespectful unless if you start with him. And these accusations, you can't back it up that he's misleading with voice. So
Well,
let's be a little bit more respectful to people we don't know.
Yeah, because remember, all of us that are in the channel, we can see the private text. So if Yahya is in there, he's going to see it. And I don't want to start having any back and forth. So let's just focus on what we're doing, so that the other people that are in the chat can focus, and maybe later on when people are watching this, they can understand. So 21, surely those who become infidels in the verses of Allah. Okay, so you read Allah's verses, you become an infidel, and then you kill the prophets. Now, which prophets? And who are these people that become I mean, this is the chapter of Imran, right?
Has anybody heard about Imran yet?
Not yet. Maybe I think somewhere down. Well, let me see.
Or his family?
It's going to be down somewhere. Okay, so all right. So the people, they read the Quran and they became infidels, and they started killing the prophets unjustly, and killing the people who command with justice from the people. So give them the good news. We're going to torment your behind. Really good. Okay. 22. Those are they whose works will come to nothing in this world and in the hereafter. Again, we don't know who those are, but that's okay. And they will not have any helpers. I mean, why would you need helpers to burn in hell? I mean, come on. 23. Have you not seen those who received a portion of the book? Again,
what book?
Who is he talking to?
But in what book? Because there's nothing specified.
Right.
He's not. I mean, we don't know what are we talking about, the Torah? Are we talking about the Injil? Or what are we talking about? I mean,
clearly this would have had to have happened during the time that this portion of the book was received. Now, which portion? The beginning, the middle, the end? We don't know.
So, and then if we're talking about a portion of the book, yeah, we need to know which portion, because we need to know if it could be abrogated or not.
When it talks about the book here, it's referring to the Quran.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. If we don't know what portion is, we don't know if we can just toss it out in the garbage or not.
Yeah, but why would it be talking about the Quran if this is the family of Imran, which came way before any Quran was given? Unless
why would it be talking about killing and whatever it was talking about the cow chapter, and there is no cow mentioned?
Well, no.
There's a cow in there. It's just bright yellow.
Yeah, there is a cow. There's a bright yellow cow that gets sacrificed so that you can slap a dead body.
You read the whole chapter. Is there anything in that chapter refers to a cow?
Yes.
Well, yeah. There was a bright yellow cow that everybody insisted wasn't a cow, but Allah insisted was a cow.
Okay, right. 1-2 verses compared to how many verses?
No. I agree with you.
I mean, nothing.
That's what we're laughing about.
We're just taking it face value. That's
right.
It is.
But this is the same problem when Muslims tell us that, we have a whole chapter dedicated to Maryam, the mother of Jesus. I'm like, you got like 10 verses.
Okay, hold on. You want to hear much more funnier?
Sure.
They have the chapter of the cow, which means the cow is holy. It should be respected. Why do the Muslims kill what Allah said holy and they eat it?
But wait a minute. I mean, it's
the ant. They have a chapter for the ant, Surah Al-Naml. Do Muslims expect the Naml, the ants? They step on it. They have a chapter called Surah Al-Kursi, the chapter of the chair. In order for them, the chair is respected. They should not be sitting on the chair. They should put the chair on top of their head and have the chair sitting on them. Come on, man.
Right. Okay. Okay. So you're not going to have any helpers. 23. Have you not seen those who have received a portion of the book? I don't know who he's talking about. They are called to the book of Allah. Okay. Which book of Allah? That he might judge between them. So Allah needs a book to judge people. Then a group of them turn away and they withdraw. Again, we don't know who this group is. Okay, this is because this group said, the fire will not touch us except for our numbered days, which we don't know what those numbered days are. And whatever they were forging made them proud in their religion. Which religion are we talking about here? Was it Hindu, Buddhism, Shintoism? So how, when we will gather them to a day, again, we don't know what this day is, no doubt in it, okay, and when every soul will be paid in what
Paid
it
what?
has earned.
What are you getting paid?
I don't know. And they will not be dealt with unjustly. Okay. Say, Alhamah. 12. Oh Allah, say, oh Allah, owner of the kingdom, you give the kingdom to whom you will and remove the kingdom from whom you will. You exalt whom you will.
It sounds like I mean the story of Saul having the kingdom removed.
Right. And then David,
that's the closest I can think of.
right, and then David kills Goliath and Allah gives him the kingdom, which we know that's not how it happened, but
Allah
Allah's short on time. He doesn't have time to mess around with the details.
Jumbled up, that's for sure.
Right, he doesn't have time to mess around with the details. Okay, say, oh Allah, owner of the kingdom, that you exalt whom you will and despise whom you will. In your hand is the good. Surely you have might over everything.
Only surely.
You penetrate the night into the day.
Is that a sexual statement?
I was going to say, sounds a little sexual to me. And you penetrate the day. Okay, you penetrate the night into the day, and you penetrate the day into the night.
Well,
there's a lot of penetration
an
going
interesting
on.
Statement here, just to throw it out there that people may not know is, if we talk about Hebrew, night always comes before day. Evening always comes before day. So, and that's an actual way of thinking. So, I mean, today Westerners think day before night, but that is actually, ages ago we always thought of the night first. So,
okay, all right. What do you want to take it away? Where am I? Nope. Generous Quran. Okay. So we're on, I guess.
And you penetrate the day into the night. Yeah. And you bring forth. It's the second sentence there. You bring forth the living out of the dead, and you bring forth the dead out of the living, and you provide to whom you will without accounting. Bring forth the living out of the dead. So that sounds like resurrection. And you bring the dead out of the resurrection, you bring forth the dead. Are we talking about the living dead? I mean, is this zombies? I mean, think about it. You bring forth the living out of the dead. Okay, so now you have the living dead. And then you bring forth the dead out of the living. We're definitely talking about the dead living. Living dead. It sounds like zombies to me.
Maybe this is where we got the Walking Dead from.
Okay.
Yeah, that could be it.
The way it's put in Arabic, it's he brings the dead from the living. That means the first part, he brings the living out of the dead. So you have a dead body, and you bring a living creature out of the dead body. It's not that he makes the living dead and he makes the dead alive. He brings something from something.
Oh, so he's not bringing something to life. He's bringing
life from something dead. In other words, he's bringing وتخرج الحي من الميت. Hay means alive. Mayit means dead. Tukhrij means bringing out. So he's bringing out the live or the living from the dead.
So it's like
not that he's reviving he's not making the alive dead, or bringing the dead to living. No, he's bringing somebody from somebody.
So wait a minute. Are you saying that that it's saying that he brings the life out of a dead person?
He's bringing.
I think it's-
وَيُخْرِجُ الْحَيِّ. That means he brings somebody alive from the dead. So
Okay.
somebody is dead, he's bringing the life out of somebody living from that dead, and vice versa. He brings.
So he's not bringing the dead back to life. He's
No.
bringing something from the dead.
Yes,
Okay,
and
how
he's
does that
bringing
work,
the
man?
dead. He's bringing something dead from something living,
Okay, that doesn't make any sense.
and you prosper whoever you want without any condition.
Well, the only thing I can think of that's close to that is, you think about ages ago when you would plant seeds, you would put fertilizer down, and that would usually mean, ages ago in the United States, back in colonial America, you would plant a dead fish with the seed, the corn seed, and that dead seed would fertilize. I'm sorry, that dead fish would fertilize the seed, and that, I guess you could say, is bringing life forth. Is that close enough? Does that make sense?
I guess.
I mean, I do understand what you're saying, because I have seen lots of videos, because I'm into, prepping and, how to grow your own stuff. And I've seen where they will put a dead fish or something like that, or even an egg, because of the nutrients that, as it's dissolving in the soil, then it's feeding the plant, the seed. So I guess, the fish is dead. I hope you don't plant a live fish. So from that dead fish or egg or whatever, you're bringing forth, a new plant or a new crop. But that's because it's providing nutrients that might not be in the soil.
And that's as close as we can get to is making sense from this.
Okay, listen to this. Islam defender Yahya. In the desert, some kind of fish come to life when the water come down. Mr. Yahya, can you show me which desert has fish in it?
I'm sorry, what? No, the desert doesn't have fish, that's for sure.
Well, according to Islam defender Yahya, he says in the desert, some kind of fish come to life when the water come down on it. Okay, which desert does have fish in it?
I think I can answer this, but it's not a desert. It is about the rivers that when it's summer, they.
He specifically said desert.
Yeah,
so I
so
gave
that's the
face
problem.
value.
Okay. In the desert, I don't know. But
what desert does have fish in it?
I'm still waiting. I mean, that would deny the definition of desert.
Oh, come on, man. You guys don't know what desert? He's talking about Mecca.
It has fish in it?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Where did the fish come from?
Allah drops them from the heaven, and he puts them there in the desert, and then they start flopping. I mean, yeah, come on.
Is that like fishing? Is that like raining cats and dogs? Now we're raining fish, or raining meatballs, and they talk about I think you've heard of that movie where it's raining meatballs.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the problem that I have with
Africa.
And I'm not going to say
has desert.
It's exclusive to Muslims, but it seems to be. How can you make a statement like that? In the desert, there's fish. What fish? In order for you to have a fish, you got to have a body of water.
Islam defender Yahya, please.
And it's got to be either fresh water or salt water.
Please provide the name of the desert.
Hell, provide the fish. What fish lives in the sand?
A catfish.
Yeah, but
catfish lives in muddy water. I mean, muddy sand or something that's moist.
Yeah, but it still has to have some
not
water
desert,
because
not in the desert.
It needs the water to moisturize their body.
Okay.
It needs the water for, well, I don't know. Does a catfish breathe air, or does
No,
it
it breathes
get
the
air from the
water.
water?
It breathes the water. There are
Okay.
some that adapt, but to slight life outside of water for very brief times. But yeah,
5-10 minutes. But
it's
desert.
it's in Africa. In Africa, during the dry season, all kinds of life dead. Okay, can you give me the kind of life?
if it's dead, it's dead. It's not
Right, it
alive.
ain't coming back. It ain't coming back up. Now, it might be, let's say, plants and trees where the seeds are dormant.
Kuffar. Again, we got drifted. He said desert. I want the name of the desert. Not in Africa, because in Africa you have monsoon season. You have wetness, and you have dams, and you have ponds, and you have God knows what. I need the name of the desert.
Just jungles, yeah.
Give me the name of the desert. Desert means sand.
Yes. Thank you. Good. Exactly. We're not talking about the jungle. We're not talking about the Sahara. We're not talking about the savannah. He's describing the savannah.
That's not the desert.
Yes. Thank you.
Again, Kuffar, you slick on that. You pay attention to what he said, and you got drifted.
Okay. Let's go on then.
Okay, he suckered me. So where are we?
Kuffar, it's announcement, real estate announcement. I have a mansion, beachfront mansion for sale in Arizona. It's only $40,000.
Yeah,
and
you told me that.
The first one who wants to buy it, I sell it to them for $30,000. Beachfront in Arizona for $30,000. Anybody wants to buy?
Hey guys, it's a very good deal. I've seen it. He's got a swimming pool in the back.
The swimming pool, okay, that makes sense, but not the beachfront.
Hey, it's so close to the beach that he goes out fishing from his porch. He just casts out the what do you call it? The fishing rod.
Rod and reel. There we go.
Okay,
so are you pulling in bass out of that desert?
Hey, you don't know there was a breed of fish called the desert bass?
The desert
Islam
bass.
Yahya, Islam defender. Man, I love you, but sometimes I love you as a human being. Honestly, you're a great person, but leave Islam. That's what's ruining you. Seriously, Paul, the guy is great. I mean, to sit there and talk with him.
I have to say, my interactions with him have been very positive, which
outside of religion. Yeah. Okay. But Islam is, that's some kind of drugs he's on that's forbidden by me. Go ahead, man.
I think it's called deception because the drug is called deception because everything that, in order to accept his religion, he has to deceive himself, which is unfortunately sad.
Go ahead, Kuffar. Go ahead.
So we go to 32, or I think we're there.
Hold on a second. Let me move it down. No, that's not it. I got too many damn windows open.
Are we at 32 or are we on 31 still?
I got sidetracked with the desert fish coming alive. Okay, so let's go 29. Say whether you hide what is in your chest and whether you reveal it. Allah knows it.
Wait, is Allah peeping again?
I guess. And he knows what is in your... Okay, and he knows what is in the heavens and what is on the earth. And Allah has might over all things. Okay, a day, we don't know when this day is, when every soul will find that it has done from good and what it has done from evil will be brought before it. How do you bring your good and in the evil in front of a person?
I guess you put on two different faces?
I mean, could be. Okay. It wishes that a long time will be between them. So I guess the people are going to wish that it's a long time between that day. I don't know. And Allah himself warns you. Now, when does he warn you? Does he warn you on that day, or has he been warning us prior to that day. I don't know. I mean, Allah hasn't warned me about anything. Okay. And Allah is compassionate to the servants. We know he's definitely not compassionate to the non-servants. Saying, if you were loving Allah, so follow me. So apparently, if you love Allah, you should follow this person, which I'm assuming is Muhammad. But we really don't know because, again, this is the chapter of Imran. And we're going to see it's going to talk about, okay, so follow me. Allah will make you loved and forgive you of your sins. And Allah is forgiving and merciful. All right, let's go down. 32. All right, what do you want to read that? Hello, what do? Can anybody hear me?
I can. I'll read it.
Okay.
Say obey Allah and the messenger. So if they turn away, so surely Allah does not love the infidels. I mean, he must really hate us. I mean, he keeps saying he doesn't love us, so why should we bother with him? That's the thing. He's given us no reason to follow him because he definitely tells us he doesn't want to guide us because he's already told us he's not going to.
Right.
So why love him? He doesn't want to love us.
I don't know.
I mean, I would at least like to see someone come up with some reason to trust him. I mean, there's no reason to trust.
72 virgins? Is that not enough?
but wait a minute. I mean, when we get into that, we got to start talking about they have to give 70 away. That's how you get your relatives, your male friends into their concept of paradise. You give away 70. So that you don't get just 7, you get 2 according to the Quran. And then in the Hadith it says you get 72, but 70 of them are for giving away to give to your friends so they can get into. And these are aliens. These are not women.
Oh, look at that, man. We're coming into things that have nothing to do with Imran. Where'd you leave off? 32?
Yeah, 32.
Okay. Say, O Allah, the messengers of the okay.
Now 33 we're on.
Surely Allah chose Adam and Noah and the family of Abraham and the family of Imran.
So we had to wait till 33rd verse to even mention it.
According to, it's just spelled, I think in the Quran it's spelled Amran, which is non-Arabic Syriac origin. Above the worlds, 34, their offspring, some from the other.
What offspring? Whose offspring?
I guess the offspring of who knows?
Above the world.
Okay. I mean, this makes
Allah
no sense.
chose Adam and Noah and the family of Abraham. Who is Imran? I mean,
we don't know yet. This is the one where it gets confused. Okay, so we don't know who the offspring is, and we don't know some from the other.
But Allah hears and knows. I guess he's peeping again.
I guess. Okay, so we know what this is about. So let's just go to 35. When the woman, wife of Imran, said, "My Lord, surely I vow to you what is in my belly to be devoted to you." Okay.
Hey, Dr. Kufar,
yes.
Eric's in the background, just to let you know.
Eric's in the background. Oh, he's way down on the bottom. I couldn't even see him. Not that I could see him anyway, because I'm reading the Quran. Welcome, Mr. Eric. Okay, let me blow this up. Yep. Okay, now we get to the nitty gritty. When the woman, the wife of Imran, said, "My Lord, surely I vow to you what is in my belly is to be devoted to you. So accept it from me. Surely you are the hearing and the knowing." So when she had given birth to her, so Imran's wife gave birth to a daughter. She said, "My Lord, surely I have delivered her a female." Okay, who's saying, "My Lord, surely I have delivered her a female"? Who delivered her a female? So when she had given birth to her, she said, maybe this is the what do you call it? The ladies that deliver the babies,
The midwives.
the midwives. But then again, it says okay, so maybe the
So she had
midwife
given
is
birth.
talking to
Oh, wait a
Allah.
minute. So she had given birth.
Right.
Okay. So when she
So
had
I
given
guess
birth,
maybe the midwife is telling the Allah, surely I have delivered her a female, because if this is Allah, then you know, and Allah knows what I have birthed. Okay, I hope so. And the male is not like the female. Oh my God.
do they not know that?
Well, if you live in 2022, you might have a problem. So maybe
God.
they had some transgenders or people. I mean, this is so
Okay.
stupid. And the male. Now, seriously,
Maybe Allah doesn't know, but he just said he knew.
do we need a God to tell us the difference between a male and a female child?
Oh my
And
God.
I have named her Maryam, and I seek refuge for her and for her offspring from Shaitan. Okay, so you see, Imran is the father of Maryam.
Okay, wait a minute. Miriam, okay, Imran.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
So isn't that the father of Moses? Is that what we're talking about?
well, the only Imran that I know of is the father of Moses, but let's keep going. So we know that Imran has a wife. That wife had a daughter. That daughter was named Maryam. It's not Mary.
Yeah, and that's what the Arabic actually says is Miriam. Yeah.
Okay. I think he put Mary to
try and be generous.
right. Okay. So her Lord accepted her with good acceptance and planted her a good planting. What the hell does that mean? Okay, so here's funny. Here's the funny thing. We just jumped from Imran, wife having a daughter named Maryam. Now,
okay, do you know her lineage?
Huh?
According to 37 to 36, do you know her lineage?
That's what we were just mentioning, and
we don't know her lineage.
Humorous.
Her lineage is from the devil.
Oh wait, say that again.
Her lineage is from the devil.
And where is that? Okay.
In 36.
Well, 36.
Okay. Maryam, which means I named her Maryam.
Right.
When u'iduha bika, which means I'm distancing her from you. وذريتها, which means her bloodline. من الشيطان الرجيم. الشيطان is the devil.
Wait, so whose offspring? Are we talking about Mary's offspring or Mary being the offspring of the devil?
The mother of Maryam.
Mother of Miriam.
Okay.
So the mother of Miriam has sex with the devil?
When she delivered, she told Allah, I brought a female. Well, and you know more than I do. And the male is different from the female. In other words, the male is more upgraded, the female is belittled. And I named her Maryam. And I distanced her from you, and her bloodline is from the devil.
So
what does Usama say?
Wow. Usama used, and he wrote, I'm just going to start from, it says, my Lord, surely I have delivered her a female, and Allah knows of what I have birthed. And the male is not like the female, which still makes us laugh because Allah has to tell us what the difference is, I guess.
No, the difference is that the male above the female.
Oh, the male above the female. Okay.
That's why
and I have named her Miriam. We're saying Miriam because I know Usama actually uses Miriam when he uses this. And yes, I seek refuge for her and for her offspring from the Rajim, which is, what was it, Dr. Kafar?
Shaitan al-Rajim.
Shaitan Rajim, okay. I didn't catch that, so I want to say thank you. I mean, yeah, it does.
So Osama did not put a devil in there or demon.
He put Rajim, Satan, and I didn't see what 14 went to, but yeah.
Satan. Well, here you go. That means her bloodline is from Satan.
See, I'm reading the other translation, the literal, and it says, and and that I named her Medium, and that I seek protection for her with you, comma, and her descendants, comma, from the devil.
Her descendants are from the devil.
Now, well,
So that would be
not in this translation because it has the comma. Now, if it doesn't have the comma in the Arabic, then there's a problem because then they would read and her descendants from the devil.
There's no punctuation,
no dashes, no full stops, no nothing. It's all one sentence.
Yeah, that much I know. There's no the punctuation is something created much later.
Let me see, 3- which one is this?
36.
36. I just want to look at Islam Awakened and see what they say. Okay. Then she delivered to her. She said, "My Lord, indeed, I have delivered her to female, and Allah knows better of what she delivered, and is not male like female. And I have named her Maryam, and that I seek refuge for her and you and her offspring from Shaitan." Now, this one here actually says her offspring are from Shaitan,
which is what he's saying.
They're rejected. Okay, so I mean, this is, you almost have to look at 5 or 6 different Qurans because nobody actually. Okay, so there is no and. Let me see. Yeah, because I know what an and looks like.
RJ, I like what you wrote. This is the clear part of the Quran.
The and is that thing that looks like a little G with a fatha on the top.
Where is that? No.
In the Arabic. Okay. Let me hold on a second. Let me.
No, because and is not 2, 3 letters. The and is
no. It's not. It's only one. I'll show you. Let me go over here and let me just switch out. Let me go. Oh man, there's so many folks. Do video file. No, stop the screen. Comment. Okay, let me add them to the screen again. Share screen. Brave. I want to go to okay, go over here. Share. Okay. Let me see. All right, let me blow it up, make this full. Okay. My understanding is this right here means and.
Yes, that's
okay.
A letter. That's
so what I was. I hate when you do that because you click on it. So when you go over here and this word for word translation, where did it go? Okay, it's not there. It's up here. Okay. In this translation, you see that there's no and. So it says, "And I have named her Maryam, and that I seek refuge for her and you and her offspring from the Shaitan."
So is this an implication that the descendant known as Jesus and their belief, or Isa, what they would call Isa, is from Satan?
Yes.
I mean, that's what it looks like. That's
so
what it looks
for
like.
Everybody listening, understand that they are the followers of Islam believe that Isa is a descendant of Satan, and they call him a prophet. What does it tell you about them? They're okay with prophets being from Satan.
Well, remember, every prophet also comes with his own little Satan on the shoulder, putting words into his mouth.
Wow.
And that's in the Quran.
Welcome aboard, Eric.
So let's go back to the.
I see a little problem here. One little problem is that Isa, Jesus, is a descendant.
No. Hold on a second. Be careful of what you say. Jesus is not mentioned in the Quran. Isa is not Jesus.
Okay,
Isa is the Messiah.
Isa is the descendant of Satan, and he can make a bird from clay alive. But Muhammad, follower of Allah, cannot. It's a problem I see.
Okay. All right. So this one here kind of separates her offspring, and for her offspring from. Okay. No, actually, this one this one here is continuous. Okay, so Muhammad. Okay, so we have Imran's wife, who has a girl named Maryam. Okay, now we go to 37, and it jumps to, so her Lord accepted her, I guess it's Maryam, with a good acceptance and planted her a good planting. Now we're in Zechariah. What does Zechariah have to do with Maryam? We'll see. And Zechariah took responsibility for her. Okay, so we know this is talking about Imran as being the father of Mary, or Maryam, the mother of Isa in this case, because Zechariah wasn't his wife the cousin of Mary or something like that. So
Zechariah is a relative, yes.
Right, and he's the father of, we all know, John the Baptist.
Yes.
So Zacharias takes responsibility for Maryam, and every time Zechariah entered into her, that sounds so perverted. In the 16, the Holy of the Holies, it says there, in Solomon's temple. So, hey man, at least we know that it's not Mecca. He found that she had provision. Okay, so apparently she didn't need any help from Zechariah. She had food, she had clothes. So Zechariah said, "Oh Mary, where did this come from?" She says, "It is from Allah. Surely Allah provides for whom he wills without accounting." Okay. I mean, all right, 38. Thereupon Zacharias called his Lord and said, "My Lord, grant me from yours a good descendant." What do you mean? My Lord, grant me from yours? So is he saying, Allah, make my wife pregnant so I can have a son?
Okay, there's a word in Arabic. I have no clue what it means. Ladunka. Ladunka. I have no clue what it means.
Sounds Russian to me.
Zacharias called upon the Lord, my Lord, grant me. Well, so I've got to ask a question. Zechariah called his Lord, which would not be Allah. Okay, so that would be the God of Zacharias would be, we could either say Yahweh or Elohim. My Lord, grant me from yours a good descendant. Well, grant me a good kid. Surely you are the hearer of the calling. Well, he's definitely not praying to Allah, that's for sure. So the angels called to him while he stood. Usail, is that what we're having a difficulty with?
Yusalli means praying.
Usal, okay. So he stood praying in the Holy of Holies. Wait a minute. He can't do that when he's there. He's not allowed to.
No, first of all, it does not say Holy of Holies. Mihrab means the house. Back then they had the tents and all, those kind of thing, and that thing is called mihrab. Okay. It has nothing to do with being a temple.
Okay.
So how did it come to the Holy of Holiest?
Okay, that would be on Usama. Okay, so
again, I'm not saying Usama is wrong, because I'm sure the reason he's translating it in a way for a specific reason. Yeah. And I can't speak for him.
So that Allah gives you good news of Yahya. Who is Yahya?
That's going to be John. You guys just have a fact.
That's John the Baptist.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other Quran in 37. So it says, so her Lord accepted her with good acceptance, and he grew her good growth. And Zechariah maintained her. Whenever Zechariah entered on her.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
And the center of the home / prayer direction, the prayer's niche.
So they're saying that Mary had sex with Zechariah.
He entered on her. That means he walked into the room. Doesn't mean nothing sexual.
Right, but I'm just saying it is, Okay, so he found her. He found at her a provision. He said, "You marry from where that to you." Okay, I mean, I'm telling you, if you read the literal translation, it's even worse. She said, "It is from at God. That God provides for, that God, which God?
That's what I'm
That
saying.
God provides for whom he wills and wants
Allah.
without counting or calculating.
She's referring to Allah.
Yeah, but that God, but remember, we're reading this. We don't know anything about the Quran. We don't know anything about Islam. I'm reading this, and this is that God. Okay, what God?
Yeah, but also remember that this Maryam came before Muhammad, because Imran is before Muhammad.
Oh, it's way before Mary existed. That's for sure.
All right, let's go back
No,
over
well,
here.
Maryam is his daughter, so it can be before. Maryam is the daughter of Imran, and Imran is before Muhammad.
Yeah, we're talking about the daughter of Moses's sorry. Yeah, the daughter of Moses's dad, right?
Right,
Yes.
by the
We
name.
don't know. No, we don't know, because it's not defining who is this Imran.
Right.
There is nowhere that's defining who is this Imran.
Okay.
We just know that this Imran and his wife, they had a daughter named Maryam, and then and Zechariah took care of her. Okay. And then Zechariah is calling to his Lord and says, "My Lord, grant me from yours a good descendant. Surely you are the hearer of the calling." So the angels called to him while he stood praying. Yusali, praying in the Holy of Holies. But then again, that's not what it says. But that's Osama's moderate English translation from the Holies of Holies. Okay, that Allah gives you good. Okay, so the angels came while he was standing in prayer in the Holies of Holies. That Allah gives you good news. Okay, of Yahya.
See, again, where is good news? It doesn't say good news.
Okay, I mean, I don't know, man. That's what it says. Let me see. 38.
Because the good news only refers to Jesus. It doesn't refer to anybody else.
So the angels call.
So what does it say in Arabic? Does it?
I'm looking.
In Arabic, it says he's telling her. That's it.
Oh, okay.
He's giving her a news. He's giving her news.
So the angels called him, meaning Zechariah, and he is, and the angels called him, and he is standing, keeping, praying, and the prayer's niche. That God announces good news. Well, even in this literal word for word, it says the good news to you with John, confirming with a word.
This word.
Huh?
This word. I'm posting it in private. This word, Yubashiruki, which means he's giving her news. They can be good, they can be bad.
Okay.
The word is telling her something. Now, if you say good news, Yubashiruki bi khabar sar. If it's a bad news, Yubashiruki bi khabar sayyi. We know scripture-wise, the term good news refers to Jesus.
Okay.
So you can't use good news to anybody that comes around here and there.
That's
why in the Quran there's no such thing called good news. Or what the Quran is saying, he's telling her.
Okay.
Again, Osama might have a reason for him explaining or translating it to that translation. I cannot speak for him.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So the reason that I say that this is talking about Miriam, the mother of Isa, is because we know Zechariah knew our Mary. So I have to assume that he also knew that Miriam. Okay, so then he gets the good news that he's going to have Yahya. Okay, confirming by a word from Allah and a master celibate. Okay. All right.
Who's celibate?
I guess Yahya is going to be a master. He's going to be celibate and a prophet from among the good. Poor Yahya. Yahya, how come you got a wife, man? This thing here says you're going to be celibate. Okay, so Allah gives the good news. The angels give the good news that Allah gives the good news of Yahya, confirming by a word from Allah. I don't know what that means. And a master, celibate, and a prophet from among the good. Okie dokie.
Okay.
40. He said, I'm assuming that's Zechariah, "My Lord, how can I have a son? And indeed, the old age has come to me, and my woman is barren. He said, likewise, Allah does what he wills. He said, my Lord, give me a sign. He said, your sign that you will not speak to the people for 3 days except by sign language. Of course, that's me putting it in there. By gestures. And okay. And remember your Lord much, and praise in the evening and in the morning. Okay.
So that's a lot of signs if you think about it. Gestures. I mean, he's asked for
Now,
a sign from some
all
Lord.
of a sudden,
Okay, here's a question here. I never knew that the man ages. I know the woman does. Does the man age?
I would
I'm not.
age how? I mean, you and I get old.
In production.
Oh, okay. I don't think
Well,
so,
that's an
because
interesting.
hey,
So yeah, that's an interesting point. And for people who aren't catching it, he's talking biologically. A woman who
right.
carries the baby will have menopause and then not be able to carry a baby.
Right.
So
She
the
would not even
reference here is to
person.
the man being too old.
Right. And how could he be too old? Because didn't Abraham have Isaac at what, 90?
Yeah. I mean,
Or was it Ishmael at 90 and then 100 he had Isaac? Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even catch it.
good point.
Because I know some men in their 80s and 90s that, of course, they're super rich, and I don't know why they would have kids.
The virality of males is still, if you've got swimmers, and they're very effective.
That's right. They might be a little slow, but they're in there somewhere. Okay, he said, my Lord, give me a sign. Okay, so he's not going to talk for 3 days except by sign language. Okay, now all of a sudden we go from Zechariah being told that he is going to have a son. The angels come to Mary or Miriam. And when the angel said, I mean, we're jumping around left and right. There's no flow, but that's okay.
This is the epileptic.
Allah knows best.
Yeah.
We don't even know when John was born, but that's okay. And when the angel said, oh, Mary, surely Allah has chosen you and purified you and chosen you above the women of the worlds. Oh, Miriam.
So the Maryam, the descendant from the devil, Allah chose her and purified her, and picked her out of all women. Okay.
Oh, Miriam, be devout towards your Lord and worship and kneel with the kneelers. Okay.
So Allah goes to a woman of the devil. That's really, that says something about this Allah, that he likes women from the devil.
They're feisty, man. They're feisty.
He purified her. In other words, he cleared her from the devil. Now she became special.
They're like the Latinos, hot and spicy. This is from the unseen news. This is from the unseen news that we reveal to you. Oh, so there's news that's unseen. So they're not catching CNN or CNBC. Okay. And you were not with them when they cast their pens. Okay, I don't know what that means. For which of them should take responsibility of Mary? And you were not with them when they disputed. What the hell are you talking about, Allah? Okay. Now hold on a second. Okay. So I would think that when the angels told her that Allah has chosen you, that would be kind of like good news. Chosen for what? And I guess now we know what she was chosen for. When the angel said, oh, Miriam, surely Allah gives you the good news with a word from him. His name is the Christ, Isa, son of Miriam, exalted in this world and in the hereafter, and of the nearer. Don't know what that means. What about the people that are further out, on the feet? And he will speak to the people from the cradle and his old age. How old is that?
Wait a minute. If you're in the cradle, how is that old age?
He's only going to speak in the cradle and in his old age. So in between the cradle and his old age.
Go back. 45. 45. Go
45?
to 45.
Okay. When the
Okay.
angels.
Allah will present you or will inform you of His word, and the word name is Al-Masih Isa. The name of the word of Allah will be Al-Masih Isa. So now we know that Al-Masih Isa is the name of the words that came out of Allah. So the Quran is the words of Allah. Isa or Al-Masih is the one word of Allah, that Allah named this word Al-Masih. يبشرك بكلمة منه, which means from Allah, اسمه, the word that Allah said. Now there's another verse that says, I'm not sure if it's in this one or in another, in Surah Maryam, where it says that Isa, Isa the son of Maryam, the daughter of Imran, is the word and the soul of Allah. So this word, this confirms that Isa is the word of Allah, not Jibreel. That Muslim says, well, the spirit is Allah, is Jibreel, the Holy Ghost or whatever, the Holy Spirit is Jibreel.
Okay.
So if the word of Allah became Isa, the man, what does that tell you?
Wow. So here's saying that the word becomes.
The word became a man.
The word
The
became a
son
man.
of
According to this,
So wait. So the word became a man. Isn't that like a
born
direct
through
reference to
Miriam.
John 1:1?
Right.
well, this is the problem with the Muslims. Okay, you cannot deny history. You cannot deny it, but you can change it. Changing history does not mean denying it. They cannot deny the fact that Jesus was born. They cannot deny the fact that Jesus was on earth. They cannot deny all those facts. But if they accepted them, they would not be Muslims. So the history is there, but with their own twist to it.
Sad. Unfortunately, sad.
Okay, so Allah's word, whose name is, for short, I'm just going to say Christ, who is going to be born through Maryam, and he's going to be exalted in this world and in the hereafter and in the nearer. I don't know what that means, but that's okay. And he's going to speak to the people from the cradle and in his old age.
So Jesus is going to live for a long. This Isa, not Jesus, but this Isa is going to live forever. I mean, a really long time.
Okay, but here's the funny thing: he's going to speak from the cradle and in his old age. So what happens between the cradle and his old age? Is he not going to speak?
Where are you reading here?
Am I reading this wrong?
Where are you reading this?
46.
I'm reading 46. And he will speak to the people from the cradle and in his old age.
That means he's going to speak when he was a baby through his time till he aged.
Well, but that's not that's not what I read.
That's not what you read, but that's the understanding.
Right. I know what it means, what they're trying to mean, but I'm looking at this and that to me, when you use an and,
but it is more funny.
I think that it could be communicated
46
through his old age, but the idea of a baby, that people would listen to a baby talking to them. I mean, babies babble and in their cradle, and it's not unusual. They don't make any sense, and they're not coherent.
But they admit that this is a miracle, which I'm going to agree. It is a miracle. Did Muhammad do any such miracle? If this specific Isa spoke when he was a baby, can you show me any other prophet did this kind of miracle?
Doesn't that make this person greater than Muhammad?
Yeah.
No doubt.
Hey, what do the other book that I'm reading? It's boy, you'll get a kick out of this one. So it says, and he converses, speaks to the people in the crib/cradle, and aged approximately between 30 and 50 years.
Okay.
But where did this guy get the 30, 50 years?
How old was he when he was crucified and resurrected?
Well, he died at 33. That's the
Well, that's between 30 and 50. He wasn't exactly number, but he predicted between 30 and 50.
oh man, that's you know, you talk. I mean, come on. This is Allah speaking.
Man,
Allah doesn't know.
If that's what they want to pay, I'll sell.
I mean, this is kind of like chapter 30, where they says, well, the
go to
Romans are going to be
48.
successful in
Go to
3 to
48.
9 years.
Go to 48, and he will.
We gotta do 47 first. All right.
May I cut in a little? There
Sure.
is a little detail, one little detail, very in 45. With a word from him, his name is the Christ. Well, in my knowledge, Christ means the anointed one. So it is the word of Allah, and this
There is no Christ. There is no Christ. Please know what you're talking about. If you
in
want to
here
talk
in this
about,
book.
if you want to talk about
No. I'm
Messiah,
talking about 45.
if you want to talk
Here
about
is
the Messiah or the Messiah
Yeah,
in the Quran, you cannot bring any Christian terms. In
Man.
the Quran, it says Isa the Messiah. So you can use Isa, you can use the Messiah. Christ is a Christian term. It's not mentioned in the Quran.
No. I'm
Jesus is a
reading.
Christian term.
He's
It's not
just
mentioned in the Quran.
he's reading Usama's translation, and Usama's
Right.
translation does use the word Christ.
Was
Okay.
that
If
to
it
me
is
that's disrespectful to Christ,
Okay.
because there's no
Right.
mention in the whole Quran about Christ or Jesus.
so, here the Christ is in.
It's an
Osama
inaccurate
Tagok.
translation, is what he's saying.
Okay. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, because I'm reading the other guy's translation, the literal, and it says, when the angel said, "You, Mary, that God announces good news to you with a word expression from him, his name, the Messiah, Isa, Maryam's son, who's noble in the present world, in the near world, and in the end, and in the end of the life, and from the nearer the closer." Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard to find something that's like, because let me tell you, even the if you do the word for word, you're not going to understand it. That's why I switched back to using Osama, because that other one just gives me a bigger headache than this one.
You are correct. But anytime a Muslim comes and tells me, well, Jesus told this, the first question I ask him, where is Jesus mentioned in the Quran?
Right.
Jesus is not an Islamic term. It's nowhere mentioned in the Quran. Well,
Yeah.
Jesus is your Jesus. No, my Jesus called Jesus Christ. In the Quran, it says Isa. It says Messiah. Isa, the Messiah. If you use Isa from the Quran, I will accept. If you use the Messiah from the Quran, I accept. But to put Jesus and Christ and tell me that's what the Quran says, no, you can't bring that. Those are not Quranic, they're not Islamic, they're not even mentioned anywhere in Islam.
Mm.
Do you notice how it says name? His name will be Messiah, and that's
Yeah,
not a
because it's
name.
taken
That's a
from the
that's a
Talmud. It's
that's
taken
a
from the
title.
Torah.
that's a
Right.
title. That's a title. That's not a name. So
Yeah,
even
but the
there you get
Messiah,
right.
how many Messiahs are mentioned in the Old Testament? Are they specifically talking about Jesus Christ?
Are they? Well, they're not. They're titles in the Old Testament. They're not
There
names.
you go.
And this is where Muhammad makes another mistake. I mean, these are the breadcrumbs. He just leaves them all over the Quran.
Right.
False
Okay,
prophets.
so we got the cradle. He's going to speak to the people from the cradle and his old age, and of the good. Okay, so we know he's not going to speak anything bad. Okay, 47. So Miriam says, she said, "My Lord." So I guess she's speaking directly to Allah and not to the angels, because I'm pretty sure she wouldn't call the angels "my Lord." I still
Now-
say she has to be speaking to the angels.
Now watch it. According to Muslims, the Quran is the words of Allah. Qalat Rabbi. She said, "My Lord." Who's the one who said? Whose words are those?
Those are Mary's.
So Mary is speaking. Maryam is talking in the Quran as well.
Or somebody is relaying the fact that she said,
But
because
those,
it says she
then
said,
they should be specifically clear.
you know.
But
Well,
the
we
way-
can't have
the
it
way
be
it's
clear
put there,
because it's in the
Maryam
Quran.
is talking in the Quran.
Right. But here's the thing: we know from 45, it's the angels that are talking to Mary.
Well,
Right.
everyone talks the Quran.
Huh?
Even
Yeah,
the
well,
jinn talks in the
but
Quran.
my question is, if it's the angels that are having a conversation with Mary or Miriam and telling her that she's going to have a son, Okay, so then she says, "My Lord." Who is she speaking to? I mean, Allah wasn't there.
Yeah, but again, the Muslim will tell you all these. Allah is telling you what happened. So Allah is telling the story. This is the story of Allah.
Yeah,
the
but
way he told
but
it
let's
in Arabic.
say you're right. Even if Allah is telling the story, he's telling the story from the vantage point of the angels. He's saying in his storytelling, he's saying the angels came to Mary and they told her the good news, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes and she says, "My Lord." But when did Allah come into the picture?
So did she just declare the angels as
That's how I read
Allah?
it.
So that's kind of a statement there. I mean, again,
Isn't that
did
shirk?
Miriam commit shirk? Oh no.
So
Miriam just committed shirk.
So she goes, "My Lord, how can I have a son when no man has touched me?" He said, which I guess goes back to the angels. Or maybe the Lord is talking to her, but he's not there. Maybe he's talking from the seven heavens. Somebody said, likewise, because you can see in 45, it says when the angel said. Now it says he, and I know we're supposed to think that that's Allah. So that means Allah personally spoke to Mary.
No, she's talking to Allah, and the angel is responding.
Yeah, but how would you know? But how would you know it's the angel responding? Because it just says he. On 45, we know it's the angels responding because it says when the angel said.
Because he's telling her what Allah is capable of doing.
Yeah, but we haven't gotten to that part yet, man. You way ahead. I still don't know who that he is. So he said,
"That's what I'm saying. قال ذلك الله يخلق من يشاء." قال refers to the angel.
Okay. So he said, likewise, Allah creates what he wills. When he makes a command, so he surely only says to it, "Be," so it will be.
It will be in the future, not now.
Well, she's not pregnant yet.
So she's not pregnant.
She hasn't had Isa yet.
So that would be
correct. That means when Allah says "be," she's going to be pregnant. And so Isa, and he will teach. So Allah is going to teach Isa. Now it says, and he. So I'm assuming this is Allah. So Allah is going to personally teach Isa the book and the wisdom. But which book?
The Quran. This is what I'm saying. Go to 48. It's funny because
how can he teach him the
Quran when the Quran wasn't even there?
Right. Because afterwards he says, "Okay, I'm going to." So he's going to teach him the book, meaning somebody's going to teach Isa the book,
whatever the book is, but it's supposed to be
and the Torah and the gospel. So you know that there's a distinction between. So this is basically 3 books.
So the good news of Jesus is going to be taught to Jesus.
What was that?
So the good news of Jesus is going to be taught to Jesus.
Yeah, but the bigger problem is you see 3 books right there. You got the book, you got the Torah.
What's the wisdom?
And you got the gospel.
No. They're separate. The book, the wisdom, the Torah, and the Injil.
Right, but the wisdom, I'm not counting that as a book.
The book.
I'm not counting the wisdom, the Proverbs.
Yeah, I'm not counting the wisdom. Now the wisdom could be the Zabor, but I'm pretty sure he would have said it.
Okay. But according to this, he's going to teach him the book. The book is referring to the Quran.
Right, but how can he teach him the Quran when the Quran didn't exist?
Allah knows best.
Right. Okay. and a messenger. So when he makes it, okay, so he's going to say "be," and Isa's going to be "be," and he's going to teach him the book. And the wisdom and the Torah and the gospel. But apparently Allah was too busy because he couldn't teach Muhammad any book, any wisdom, the Torah or the gospel. And a messenger to the children of Israel. Okay, that doesn't make sense because it should be, and he will be a messenger. And a messenger. I mean, this is incomplete sentence.
No, it's understood. وَرَسُولًا إِلَى بَنِي إِسْرَائِيل, the Israelites. And he will come and teach them the verses. But according to the Arabic verse, Isa is speaking now.
Right, but listen, I'm going to bust on you. But there's the Arabic says that he's going to be a messenger to the children of Israel.
Yes.
So it says, and he will be a messenger.
Huh?
It says he will be a messenger.
Yes. وَرَسُولٌ إِلَى
There,
بَنِي
it just says
إسرائيل.
and a messenger.
Yes, yes.
Okay, but
وَرَسُولًا,
that's
which
what I'm
means a
saying.
messenger
That's
إلى بني إسرائيل, to the
but
people of Israel.
that's bad grammar.
Well, in English, not in Arabic.
Not in
But
Arabic.
But I don't
Okay.
think Arabic makes any better.
No,
Any
the
better,
Arabic
'cause-
is written. The Arabic is written properly, but you continue with it now. Isa is talking. He's telling what he's going to be doing. So
No,
now
Isa,
Isa is
but Isa's
talking.
not.
He
But wait
wasn't
a
even
minute.
born yet, but yet
Isa,
he's
Hold on.
talking and telling.
no, Isa's not talking.
Yes,
No.
إني قد جئتكم بآيات
The
من
messenger
ربكم.
to
That
the
means I just came with the verses from Allah, from your
Okay,
Allah.
so but Isa,
Where
hold
are
on,
you?
hold on. I think you're going a little bit farther ahead.
Yeah, you've got to be ahead.
You're
because,
skipping just a hair ahead because Isa is not
I'm on
yet
48.
speaking. 48, it says, no, 49, at the beginning of
Right.
49, it says, and a messenger to the children of Israel.
Okay,
Correct.
So
It's a continuation of 48.
It's disjointed, but okay. So he's going to be a messenger. Indeed, I came to you with a sign from your Lord. Okay, who's saying
And
that?
who's speaking here? I mean, you're
Isa.
saying
I
who's
create for
speaking
you.
here.
Okay, so this, my understanding is the angels are still talking and telling Mary what's going to happen.
No.
Mary, you're
no,
going to have a son.
I get what. Yeah, this is supposed to be a statement from Isa, and that I understand, but it's not clear that it is a message from Isa.
Okay, because
Wait a second. Well, here is how it starts. وَرَسُولٌ إِلَى بَنِي إِسْرَائِيل, and a messenger to the people of Israel.
right,
إِنِّي قَدْ جِئْتُكُم. إِنِّي refers to who? To the messenger. This word, which is, let me see if I can copy it.
but Isa hasn't even been born.
Exactly. I agree. He wasn't even born, but yet he's talking, and he's telling why he came for. He came for to bring the verses.
Well, so it's even worse that he hasn't been born. He hasn't been impregnated. Miriam hasn't even been impregnated yet.
And this is why I say this is the angels continuing to tell her what's going to happen. You're going to have Isa, okay? He's going to talk from the cradle until he whatever. He's going to be a messenger to the children of Israel, and he's going to come with a sign from your Lord. I mean, somewhere along the line, Isa was born, but we missed it. We missed the pregnancy. We missed those 9 months. Okay. Because look, he hasn't even been born to speak, because then right there in 49, and the messenger to the children of Israel, indeed, I come to you with a sign from your Lord. I create for you the figure of a bird from clay.
Okay,
So I
who
breathed
did that?
into it.
Who did that? Isa, according to Islamic understanding.
Right.
So
But-
who is telling that who he will be doing this? Isa. It can't be the angel speaking. It's Isa speaking.
Right,
Telling them what he's going to
right.
be doing.
But
Isa,
Isa,
like Alex said, Isa wasn't even
Right,
Maryam wasn't even pregnant yet.
he's not even right. She's not pregnant, and he's not born yet. So
Does that
I
make
mean,
sense?
That's again. Here we're back at epileptic seizures and disjointedness. And
here's the
again,
problem.
for those people not getting it, I'm somebody with epilepsy, and I'm saying that this is evidence the man who put this down, or the God who put this down, is having seizures and losing track of time. This is scary.
But Muslims tells you, I don't care what is written. We understand what it means.
You really do.
So how
Can
do you understand something you can't read? But you understand it.
But I mean, I do understand that this is supposed to be Isa speaking, saying that he comes as a messenger, a sign from the Lord, and he's going to make the birds.
Okay,
He's going to breathe
Mubarak,
into it and will become a bird.
We have a saying in Arabic says, crazy speak or stupid speak and intelligentless hears. I'm going to be the crazy or the stupid one. If I say to you, I went to school tomorrow to learn English yesterday, please tell me what you understood from this statement.
Nothing.
See, here's the problem.
But this is what's written.
I understood
No,
something.
we understood it this way. Doesn't make. I mean,
I understood something. May I speak?
Sure.
He smoked a good weed.
He's good. He's smoking a good content. Now, here's the thing. What we just read actually belongs in chapter 19, because it's in chapter 19 that Isa is born. Right? I mean, he has to be born in order to speak and say all of this stuff. You know, the birds come to life by Allah's permission.
But
And
even
I healed the
he's not
blind.
even born. He's not even
Right.
Miriam
And Mary
isn't
hasn't even been
impregnated.
impregnated yet. She gets impregnated in chapter 19, which is 45 chapters apart. And actually, I believe chapter 19 actually comes before chapter 3. Let me see. Let me go into the
No,
chronology.
what probably should have happened is this verse should have been in chapter 19.
Right. That's what I'm
In
saying.
Chapter 19.
Okay, because let's
Another
see.
reason why I say this guy who's writing this is having epileptic seizures. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so here's the deal. Chapter.
I know Eric is sitting in the background cracking up laughing.
I know why. It's me. I'm laughing too.
Okay, so here's the thing. Chapter 19, or Surah Maryam, is actually 44th in Revelation. That's when Jesus or Isa is born. Chapter 3, if I can find the darn thing, because it's way down here. Oh man, it's so far down, it's not even funny. Okay, chapter 3 is actually chapter 89, which would make sense. Because by chapter 89, he would have already been born, so he could speak and say all those nice things that are in chapter 3, which don't belong in chapter 3. But we haven't even gotten there yet. So we got Jesus speaking before his mother is even impregnated. So he goes on and says, I healed the blind and the leper. I raised the dead by Allah's permission. And I keep telling Muslims, having permission does not mean, or needing permission does not mean you don't have the ability. You just need permission. And I inform you about what you, ooh, look at that. He can tell you what you eat and what you have stored in your house. Allah
He's
is
peeping
all-knowing.
again.
Allah is
peeping.
all-knowing. Jesus is all-knowing. I mean, Jesus knows what I eat and what's stored in my house. Surely, and this is a sign for you, if you are believers, and confirming what is between my hands from the Torah. So Isa has the Torah in his hands, and make lawful for you some of the things that were forbidden to you. What things were forbidden and what things did Isa make lawful? We don't know. And I came to you with a sign from your Lord. So fear Allah and obey me.
So
Surely
I'm just
Allah.
curious if you take this the way, I mean, if I'm just reading this and I'm not reading, I don't know anything else about anything else. I mean, wouldn't I want to know if I'd want to know if so it says I heal the blind, the leper, and I raise the dead by Allah's permission. I inform you about what you eat and what you store. Surely this is a sign for you. And if you were believers in confirming what is between my hands and the Torah, I mean, wouldn't you want to know what was lawful and what was forbidden? I mean, how would you learn that? Because it's not here. I mean, that's another reason why the followers of Islam, this book isn't enough. You have to go read the Torah, because you can't learn what's lawful for you without reading the Torah.
And even if you read the Torah, you're not going to know what Isa, what was forbidden and made lawful. Because apparently there used to be things that were lawful or unlawful that were made lawful. But this to me is...
Then you'd have to read the Gospels, because you'd have to find out if anything was made unlawful that was lawful. And the Gospels will tell you that's not true.
The Quran is a good book if you want to read and get really totally screwed up in the head. I mean, get confused. This is better than smoking weed.
No.
Because you're going to get confused.
I never smoke weed. Weed doesn't.
Well, me neither, bro. I'm smoking something, making happy mushrooms.
Weed does not raise your blood pressure.
Happy
gives you heart attack.
Or give you a headache. Okay, so Isa is going to have the Torah between his hands. Okay, so we know that the Torah wasn't corrupted in the first century.
But did Isa speak in the Torah? Is the name Isa mentioned in the Torah where he put laws?
No. Okay, so he's going to make some things lawful that used to be forbidden to you, but we don't know what those things that were forbidden that were made lawful to you.
So again, if you're a follower of Islam, this book is not enough because you got to go figure those things out.
No, Allah's book needs tafsirs from 300 years later, and the hadiths, which didn't come until at least the 10th century.
Why would you bother going Why would you bother waiting? You just go to the book.
I just go straight to I just go straight to the source. I go straight to the tafsirs.
But if you do that, you're ignoring the opportunity that was just provided, because this book says it's in the Torah.
Ibn Kathir says, he knows better than Allah. So he comes with a sign from your Lord. So fear Allah and obey me. So you have to obey. You have to obey Isa. Surely Allah is my Lord and your Lord. So serve Him. This is the straight way. You don't want to go the.
But that's also the statement of Muhammad: fear Allah and obey me.
Right. Okay. So now we go to 52. So when Isa sensed infidelity on their part, whose part? He said, who are my allies in Allah's cause? Let me see, 21. White or pure. Okay. The white or pure said, the white or pure said, we are Allah's allies. We believed in Allah and bear witness that we are Muslims. Which simply just means submitters. Our Lord, we believed in what you sent down, but we don't know.
Wait, where do they get the Muslims? I mean, wait, if there's no Quran, if there's no Muhammad, how can there be Muslims?
But wait,
because Adam was a Muslim. Abraham is a Muslim. All the prophets are Muslims.
Right. This is the beauty. This is the beauty of Islam.
History.
To be a Muslim, you just have to believe in one God, and you are a Muslim. What do you know?
Yeah, but ask a Muslim today, I believe in one God. Are you a Muslim? He'll tell you no, you have to accept Muhammad.
Yeah.
So which is correct? The Muslim of yesterday or the Muslim of today?
Now, where do we find that Isa prayed 5 times a day, faced Mecca, went to Mecca and did the Hajj and threw the pebbles at Shaitan? Did he go up and down Sawa and Marwa?
So is this Isa born in Mecca?
Who knows? Probably. Seems everybody was in Mecca, but we can't find any traces of Mecca. Our Lord, we believed in what you sent down, and we followed the messenger. So write us among the witnesses. Okay. And they deceived.
Wait a second. Which means we believe in what you sent. Do they believe in the Torah?
I don't know.
Do they believe in the Injil?
I don't know.
So how are they saying that they believe in what Allah sent, but yet they don't believe it in reality?
I don't know. I mean, what can I say?
So,
Allah's wisdom.
Talking about?
Allah is wisdom. Do not question Allah's wisdom. 54. And they deceived. I don't know who deceived. Was it the disciples or the other people? We don't know. And Allah deceived. Because Allah is the best deceiver.
So this God is deceptive.
Now, what do Muslims know? What is the meaning of the Arabic word? Because Muslims are taught to tell you planner, schemer.
No,
not that it makes it any better.
Makr. Planned. That means planned is planned. Mukhattat. Mukhattat means planning. Planner.
So what does
the blueprint when you plan?
Right, but what does the word actually mean in the Quran? Because it doesn't say that word that you just said, planner, right?
Mukr means deceive.
Okay,
which means they deceived,
and Allah
deceived, and
He's
Allah is the better deceiver.
Right.
So the question is, how you Muslim believe in a deceiving Allah and you follow him? And if Allah is a deceptive and Muhammad is his messenger, that means Muhammad is more deceptive than Allah. So both of you are following the two deceptive people, Allah and Muhammad.
And it's right here in the book. It says Allah is a deceiver. I mean, so again, you could stop right here and be done, which would make a lot of sense. Because why would you read anything else? It just says right here, Allah deceives people.
How do you know that
No,
Allah didn't
no.
deceive?
No. The word mukor has more than one meaning. The word mukor means you plan. So if you are a planner, Allah is a better planner. Planning what? It's like using the word fight, and it's actually killing. So if they're going to use the word planning, yes, he's planning on deceptive.
Right, but
Fight,
the word
yes, he's planning on fighting to kill.
right, but the words which you verified is it says and they deceived. It doesn't say and they planned.
No, there's no planning in here.
Okay, okay. So you answer the question. So Muslims can't use they planned, they schemed, whatever. It's they deceived. Allah deceived. Allah is the best deceiver. When Allah said, so we know that this is not Allah speaking. Who is saying when Allah said?
It's not. Well, Allah doesn't know when he said it.
But I know the Muslims will say, well, this is Muhammad. Well, how do I know it's Muhammad? I haven't even seen the name Muhammad yet. Muhammad doesn't come for a very long time. So I still don't know anything about a Muhammad. But when Allah said, "O Isa, surely I am causing you to die, and I am raising you up to me and purifying you from those who became infidels,
and purifying those who followed you."
Yeah, and make those who follow you above those who became infidels until the resurrection day. Now, my question to Muslims: Has Isa been resurrected or raised up to Allah?
Yes.
Yes. Now, if you follow logic and you follow progression, it says here there's one thing that has to happen for Isa to be raised up, and that is he has to die.
No, that means he went to sleep.
Oh, okay. He took a long
That's
nap.
what they tell you. He did not die. He went to sleep.
Where does it say he took a nap?
Nowhere.
So what? Oh,
I mean, if
but there is a little problem.
The word mutawaffi does not mean sleep. It means died.
Right.
Okay, so I am causing you to die, and I am raising you up. So if he's not raising him up from being dead, what is he doing?
So that's why I said, well, when you guys talk about crucifixion, to us it's important. To Muslim, I don't care to talk to them about crucifixion. My thing is that, did Allah cause him to die? I don't care. He shot him, he killed him, he crucified him. It's not important. The important part, did Allah cause him to die? If the answer is yes, that means he died. And then he was resurrected. So he was born.
But how can you trust Allah?
And he resurrected. End of story.
But how can you trust Allah? Because he said here, Allah is the best deceiver. When do you know, as a Muslim, when Allah tells the truth and when Allah is deceiving?
Allah knows best.
That's probably one of the best.
I forgot. Sorry.
Hey,
Allah knows best. That
Eric,
is the answer not to ask any questions.
Hey, Eric, did you want to show something?
Is Eric speaking?
Huh?
Eric, are you there? We can't hear you.
Because I see something here.
No, I'm here, guys. I'm just working on something else. I'm sorry.
Did you want to
I'm
share
working on a
something? Because I
slideshow.
see your share screen, but it's all the way in the bottom, so I missed it.
No.
Yeah, he's working
I was
on
sharing the screen
something.
when we were.
He's sharing. I mean, he's working on something and die laughing behind the screens. It's okay, Derek.
Yeah, it was verse 40 when you guys were clear back on verse 45, and I was just showing where the Quran uses the term Messiah as part of Jesus's name, and you guys talked about that 30 minutes ago. Sorry, but I'm working hard here though. Thanks for asking.
Okay, so
it doesn't say that the name Isa is actually an insultive name. The name
something
Isa
to do with piss.
Yes.
Okay, so where do we leave off? And so Allah deceives. Okay, so again, I'd like a Muslim to explain, because according to Allah, it says, "I am going to cause Isa to die. After I cause him to die, I am going to raise him up." So did Allah raise Isa up? And the answer has to be yes. Therefore, by logic and progression, he died first and then Allah raised him. That's it. He died. It's in the Quran.
Continue. And the ones who followed him are going to be above the ones that rejected him. Let's go for argument's sake that this Isa is the Christian Jesus. Who's following him? A Muslim or a Christian?
Yeah, but the Muslims will tell you, these guys, they were Muslim. You know, Isa was a Muslim. His disciples were Muslims. So this is saying that Muslims are going to be...
But according to this, still Isa will be much better than Muhammad. Are you following Isa or are you following Muhammad?
For sure.
Do you swear by Isa or do you swear by Muhammad?
No, they swear by Muhammad.
Are you killing for Isa or are you killing because of Muhammad?
Yeah, and they're killing for Muhammad in the name of Allah. Okay, so to me is your to me is your return. So I will judge between you about what you are differing. Okay, to me is your. So who's saying to me is your return? Is Isa saying that the disciples are going to return to him? I mean, who knows?
Allah knows best.
I have to excuse myself, and I may be back later, but I have to something to do. But I've been enjoying joining you, so apologize, but I have to run.
Hey, I mean, you made it to almost 3 hours, so that's good. I'm probably going to cut it short. I don't think I'm going to do it.
God bless everybody.
All right, God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your New Year's Day.
Thank you.
All right. Okay,
he didn't tell us if he drank much last night or not.
I know I didn't drink anything.
All I had is a glass of wine.
Nah, not even wine. I got nothing in the house as far as alcohol. I did drink some kefir. That's about it. I don't think that set too well. Okay, so as for those who became infidels, so I will. Okay, again, Allah is going to torment them with a severe torment in this world. So Allah is going to torment you in this world, and then He's going to torment you in the hereafter, and there will be no helpers. So how is Allah tormenting people, the infidels in this world? He doesn't give any examples. And for those who believed and did good deeds, so He will pay them their wages. You know, Allah sounds like he sounds like a business owner. I'm going to pay you. How are you going to pay them? And Allah does not love the unjust.
Okay, wait a second. 57. Those who believe and do good deeds, whatever. Now, believe and do good deeds under who? Under Isa or under Muhammad?
Or under Allah. Your guess is...
Well, the whole thing refers to Allah. But now we'll talk about Isa in here. Now, is this verse referring to Isa or referring to Muhammad?
I have no clue.
If it's referring to Isa, Muslims don't do nothing for Isa. Actually, they disrespect Isa. So they're throwing the Quran in the garbage.
That's the beauty of Islam. You don't need to ask any questions.
Be a donkey, and Islam.
You don't ask questions.
The Quran will be clear for you.
You don't ask questions. This is the wisdom of Allah. You have no clue what is in a book, but that's okay. Be a Muslim because believe that Muhammad flew a donkey, and Allah does not love the unjust. Okay, this we recite to you from the verses. What's being recited? From the verses and the wise reminder. I think the word there, reminder, is dhikr.
Yeah.
Don't dhikr too hard now.
No, dhikr means memory.
Well, actually, 22, it says here, Quran. The wise reminder. He's got that as a Quran. But I see...
It should be from the memory.
Allah is capable of mentioning the Quran 69 times. So we know He's capable of saying the Quran when He wants to say the Quran. When He doesn't say the Quran, don't come and tell me that it means the Quran, because Allah knew what the Quran was and how to say it. Okay, now we jump from I don't know what. Surely the example of Isa with Allah. So this has to be Muhammad's now speaking. Surely the example of Isa with Allah is like the example of Adam. Okay, so Isa is being compared to Adam. He created him from dust, and then He said be, so he will be.
But that's not the story, because
But-
Muslims will tell you Allah blew in the dust.
Right.
He did not say be. And
but
now, Adam is created from dust or
Right.
dirt, of mud or
Right.
whatever. Is Isa created from mud or coming from a woman's womb?
no, he was birthed. He wasn't created.
Creation comes from nothing. To create,
Right.
you create from nothing. Was Isa created from nothing?
No,
So how are they alike?
I don't
Adam
know.
and Isa.
I had no. I've been thinking about that myself, and I haven't been able to get a good answer.
That goes back to, if you remember him, Sheikh Rohi,
Yeah.
in your room when we were talking about the blowing,
Yes.
and he said Allah blew in his mother's vagina, so that's how his mother got pregnant with
That's
him.
okay. Yeah, that's you sure it was Allah and not maybe Shaitan? Maybe his father forgot to
He
say,
said Allah, so
you know,
I'm taking
bless
his
him.
word.
Inshallah. Okay, so Adam is like Jesus, or Isa is like Adam, who Allah created from dust, and then he said, "Be," and he will be. Okay, but we know that Isa was not created; he was born. Okay, he spent 9 months in the oven. That's not called being created. Okay, so he will be. Okay, 60. The truth from your Lord. So the truth from your Lord. So do not be of the doubters. That doesn't make sense as a sentence. So who disputes with you about him? Okay, it's got to be talking about Muhammad. So who disputes with you about him? After the knowledge has come to you, so say, come. Shouldn't be a period there. Okay. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Okay, so say, come. Let us call our sons and your sons, our women and your women, and ourselves and yourselves. And then we will invoke. So we will make Allah's curse on the liars. Okay. Who is he saying to? Who's he talking about? To bring your sons and your women and your whatever and yourselves and ourselves, and something about Allah's curse is going to be on the liars. Surely this is the true story. What story? And there is no God except Allah. Okay, I'd like to know what story. And surely Allah is the dear, the wise. Okay. So if they turn away, so surely Allah knows the vandals. Okay. Oh man, I don't know if I'm going to make it through the whole Quran. Okay.
Just make sure you have reservation in the Looney house once you're done.
I know, man. And imagine I'm going to turn this into a book one day.
Where is Paul?
Oh no, Paul had to leave. He said he had stuff to do. Actually, I'm surprised he stayed a bit. We're on 3 hours now. Okay, so say, "O people of the book, come to an equal word between us and you, that we serve only Allah, nor partner anything with him, nor take each other as lords rather than Allah." So if they turn away, so say, bear witness that we are Muslims. Okay. I still have a big problem with old people of the book. I am not people of the book. I don't know which book. I mean, even Allah doesn't know which book. Okay. Now all of a sudden we're jumping to Abraham again. Oh my God, we're all over the place. Okay.
I still don't see who is Imran. Who is this Imran?
Imran is the father of Maryam, who
who is he? What's his background?
I don't know. He's the father.
That's what I'm looking for.
He's the father, and Maryam is related to Zechariah, who raised her, I guess. So my understanding is Imran is the father of Maryam, the mother of Isa.
Okay, we got that part, but what's his background?
I have no clue.
Because this is talking about his family.
You don't need to know his background. That's not important. Allah knows best.
Oh well.
Here you are, those who disputed about that in which you have knowledge. Okay, who's disputing? And why do you dispute about that of which you have no knowledge? So you're disputing things that you have knowledge. Okay, here you are, those who disputed about that in which you have knowledge. Who's you? Is that Muhammad? The people disputed with Muhammad who has knowledge? But why do you dispute about that which you have no knowledge? So why would you dispute? Allah knows. See, I told you. And Allah knows, and you do not know. But I don't know what Allah knows because Allah is not telling. Abraham was not a Jew nor a Nasarian. And I don't know. I don't know who a Nasarian is.
That's a true fact. Abraham was not a Jew.
But he was a Hanafan, a Muslim. So
Hanafiyan.
Hanafiyan.
Well, Hanafiya means a faucet.
And he was not of the polytheists. Surely, okay, but first of all, in order for you to say that Abraham was not a Jew or a Christian, that implies that Abraham had the ability to choose to be a Jew or a Christian.
He could not have chosen either.
He couldn't.
The reason Judaism was not there, Christianity
Neither was Christianity.
Okay, so he was a believer in God, but does that mean he submitted to God?
But this is a logical fallacy. You can't say, well, he wasn't A or B when A or B didn't exist.
Therefore, he cannot be C, because if the original weren't there, how could he be the after?
Right. So, I mean, why this is being asked of whoever, I don't know. Okay, so he was not a polytheist. Surely the most worthy people to Abraham are those who followed him and this prophet. Okay. Who's this prophet? Okay. So the people who followed
the people who followed Abraham had the priority, but priority in what? وهذا النبي والذين وهذا النبي, and this prophet, what this prophet?
I don't know, because man, there is like I don't know.
If they're referring to Muhammad, it can't be, because
there's like 20, right. There's like 2,500 years between Abraham and Muhammad, and we know there's crap load of prophets even in the Quran. So I don't know who this prophet is, and Allah is the friend of the believers. Okay. An assembly among the people of the book desire to mislead you. Again, who are these people that wish to mislead you?
Okay.
Because the people of the book are supposed to be the Jews and the Christians. So, but which one has a desire to mislead you?
The one who knew about Islam and rejected it.
Okay.
So that's what they're referring to. The ones who knew Islam, but they rejected it. Right. They were the people of the book. They read about the Quran and they rejected it. So those are the people of the book, the ones that are misleading you.
So those were the smart ones. Okay, but they only mislead themselves. And they do not feel. Well, what do you mean they do not feel? Feel what?
I don't know.
People of the book, why do you become infidels in the verses of Allah? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, and if the people of the book have become
why
infidels,
are you dressing the truth with fake?
So, but if the people of the
why
book,
are you making the truth to be fake?
Yeah, but if the people of the book became infidels, why is Allah saying that a Muslim man can marry a Christian or a Jew? They're infidels. You're not supposed to marry infidels. In the verses of Allah, okay, it became...
That applies only on the Muslim women, not the Muslim men.
Yeah, but Allah just said here that the people of the book, they became infidels. A Muslim man cannot marry an infidel until that infidel becomes a Muslim. Then he can marry them.
No. Here, I got married to a Muslima. She's a Muslima. I'm a Christian. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but where are you married? I'm in Europe. Do they have religious marriage, or went to the court and they got married you? Because otherwise, either you're going to get married in a mosque or a church. In order for you to get married in a mosque, you have to be a Muslim. In order for you to get married in a church, you have to be a Christian. A mosque is not going to marry a Christian to a Muslim, or Muslim to a Christian. The church is not going to do that either.
But wait a minute. So then how can a Muslim man marry a Christian if he can't marry her? Because according to this, you are.
She has to convert.
Huh?
She has to convert.
But where does it say she has to convert?
He can't marry her if she's from the mushrikeen or the non-believers.
Yeah, but remember,
in order for him to marry her, she has to convert.
Right, but remember, people of the book, even though Allah calls us mushrikeen and infidels for some strange reason, you can marry them without them being Muslim.
No, the mushrikeens, we are considered the people of the book and mushrikeen.
Right, because
Why? Because we believe in the book, but we associate Jesus with Allah. So we are mushrikeen.
We definitely don't believe it.
Don't believe in nothing.
And we don't believe it in Muhammad. So, okay. So, all people of the book, why do you clothe the truth with vanity and hide the truth? And you know, and I know what? Okay.
You know.
And an assembly of the people of the book said, believe in what has been sent down on those who believed at daybreak, and be infidels at its end. It must have been a shitty ass message if you believed in the morning and by the nighttime you became an infidel. Bad message. Now, who's talking? Perhaps they will return. Now, this can't be Allah, because Allah would not say perhaps. Allah knows if they will return. And do not believe except those who followed your religion. But we don't know what their religion is. Say, surely the guidance is Allah's guidance, and he gives it to someone similar to what you have received. I mean, if you want to become mentally disturbed, I highly recommend you read the Quran. Or they dispute with you. I'm telling you, this is written in a like if somebody was trying to make this rhyme in a poem. Doesn't make any sense, but it rhymes. Or they dispute with you before. Now I'm going to start speaking like Shakespeare. Oh, they dispute with you before your Lord. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Or they dispute with you before your Lord. Say, surely the bounty is in the hand of Allah. He gives it to whom he wills. So you see, Allah does have hands. And Allah is large, knowing. Okay, let me ask you, what do Muslims know? What the hell does it mean Allah is large?
He's fat, I think.
That is one option.
Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. I try to understand.
Where's my mods? I got somebody here spamming with some stupid stuff. Do I have any mods?
Not here.
How do you bounce somebody from the chat?
Huh?
How do you bounce somebody from the chat?
You click on the three little dots.
But it's not giving me that option.
You right click.
Check also the word point.
Yeah, you click on you go to their names. You click on the three dots, and it'll give you report, remove, put in timeouts. Okay. So I put this person on timeout. This is some idiots. I took care of that love face. Online strips without clothing. Okay. I mean, when Muslims can't argue, this is what they do. They become little donkeys. So Allah is large, but we don't know what that means. So maybe Allah needs to go on a diet. I can give him a special price on my personal training. He makes his mercy special to whom he wills. And Allah is the possessor of the great bounty. So again, this is not Allah speaking. Okay, so the Quran is not Allah's speech. The Quran is everybody in their mother's speech.
There you go.
And again, and some of the people of the book who, if you trust him with a 26, a measure. Let me go over here. All right, I got to bring down the okay. Okay, if you trust him with a measure, he will pay it back to you. So now he's talking good about the people of the book. And some of them, if you trust him with a measure, he will not pay you back. Now, he will not pay it back to you unless you keep them mending it. Well, that should teach you. Don't lend money to people you don't know if they're going to pay you back. This is because they said, there is no way upon us and the Gentiles. There is no way upon us and the Gentiles. What in God's name does that mean? There is no way upon us and the Gentiles. Can somebody tell me what the crap does that mean? I don't even want to know what the Arabic says.
What verse is that?
This is almost at the end of 75, just before it gets to 76.
Okay, ومن أهل الكتاب من تأمنه بقطارة يؤده إليك منهم بدينار. Okay, some of the people of the book you can believe them, some of them you don't you can't believe them.
Right.
إلا ما دمت عليه فإنما ذلك بأنهم قالوا ليس علينا في الأمين. سبيل يقول على الله. Okay, what is the rest of it here? I mean, which part you're not getting?
I'm not getting the part where it says where it says this is because they said there is no way upon us and the Gentiles. I don't know what the hell that means.
There is nothing there refers to ليس علينا في الأميين. Okay, that means we're not part of the other nations. Okay, we don't have any part in the other nations' way. And they say upon Allah the lies. I have no clue.
Let me see what this one says. And the people of the book, and from the people of the book, who, if you entrust him with a great amount of wealth, he will return it to you. And from them is he who, if you entrust him with a single coin, he will not return it to you, except that you keep constantly over him standing. This is because they said, not on us concerning the unlettered people, which is the Ummi. Anyway,
no. The word Gentile here doesn't mean illiterate. They can't read. It means other nations.
Yeah,
No, what you said, Ummi. No, it's not. Ummi.
Yeah, that's
Ummi,
what it says here on Islam. Let me see what
it says illiterate, right?
No, it says unlettered.
Yes, which means they can't read.
No, unlettered does not necessarily mean that you can't read.
Okay, what does it mean?
Unlettered could also mean that you're not educated.
Well, okay, whatever.
Or you have a low.
Okay, but that's not what the word is. That is the word in Arabic. It does not refer to those. It refers to other nations.
And that's what Muhammad Ahmed says. He says, it is not on us and the illiterates belongers to a nation. And he says means we do not have to be honest when dealing with other nations.
It's not part of us from the other nations. Has nothing to do with educated, uneducated, illiterate or not. It's referring to other nations.
Right. No, I was just saying that unlettered does not necessarily mean that you are illiterate. You could be unlettered and still be able to read and write. You're just not very well educated.
Great, okay. But the word again, the word is written in the Quran.
Yeah, it's talking about other nations.
Other nations, right. Does not refer to unlettered.
Right, I agree with you. And they say, and they say lies against Allah, and they know. Yes, whoever fulfills his covenant and fears So surely Allah loves the fearer. Surely those who purchase their covenant with Allah. So Allah is in the he's in a business of selling covenants with Allah, and their oath for a little price. Those who have no portion, and those have no portion in the hereafter. So if you're trying to purchase a covenant with Allah and their oath for a little price, who's trying to okay, I got the part. Surely those who purchase their covenant with Allah and their oath for a little price. Oh my goodness. Okay. Allah will not speak to them. Since when did Allah speak to anybody? Allah will not speak to them and will not look at them on the resurrection day and will not purify them. Okay. And they will have a painful torment. Yes, we know. Allah is a painful kind of guy. And surely among them is a group. Okay. First of all, who is these among and who is this group who will twist their tongues with the book in order that they may think it is from the book, and it is not from the book. I think this is probably one of the verses that Muslims try to use to implicate that the Bible has been corrupted. Okay. And they say this is from Allah. Okay. And it is not from Allah. And they say the lies against Allah. And they know it was not for humans that Allah brings to him the book and the wisdom and the prophecy. It was not for humans that Allah. Okay, so Allah didn't bring the book for the humans. So who did he bring the book for? Am I reading this correctly? 79. It says, it was not for humans that Allah brings to him the book. So what's the purpose of bringing the book? And the wisdom and the prophecy. What prophecy? Then he says to the people. Who says to the people? Allah? Be my servants rather than Allah. Okay, so somebody's trying to okay, I mean, this is so disconjointed. Who's trying to take the servants from Allah? But 28. Oh, okay. Be the servants rather than Allah, but Jewish teachers, by what you are teaching of the book. So I guess the Jews are trying to take the Muslims away from Allah. But what the Jewish teachers, they were teaching of the book, and by what you were 29 studying. So somebody was studying. Hold on a second. Stream. Looks like we lost everybody. I'm talking.
I am here.
Okay, you're still here. Okay, so I know what dude lost his internet. Maybe he's in a storm. Let me see. There's anything in the private chat? Okay, 2 spammers in the chat. Okay. I don't know. Shouldn't be any spammers on the chat. I took care of one.
Look at my last message in the chat, and you'll find that it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Artur Zotovit is in Russia. Wordpoint.fyi. It is a redirect to some sexy porn site, something.
Okay. Yeah, Love Face. I took care of Love Face.
It is above Love Face and above What Do Muslims Know and above me.
Yeah, but I blocked them so they can't. So it's still going to show up on the. I think it's still going to show up on the on the chat. Let me just respond to.
Okay.
Let me just respond because I saw that and I blocked them.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how, but how are you feeling? But my mind trying to understand Islam is going.
Listen, I'm getting a headache just trying to understand this.
Okay. So we are on the same line.
Yeah. So far, nobody can understand what's going on. You know, I don't even think Allah understands what's going on. Okay. Okay, so be my servant rather than Allah, but the Jews, they're teaching of the book by what you were studying. So somebody was studying, somebody was teaching. Let me see, has what do come back yet? No, okay. Can I read it from StreamYard? Okay. Okay, so 80. And he does not command you to take the angels and the prophets as lords. Will he command you to infidelity after you are Muslims? Who is you? Who's going to take you away from being a nice little Muslim? I think I might cut it off at 3:30 because right now there's only 5 people. We had a decent crowd earlier, but I guess it's getting time for dinner. It's New Year's.
No. CP is on. CP.
Oh, CP's on. Of course, CP's a lot better than me.
I do.
But I'm doing something that CP's not doing.
No. Yeah. Okay, but this doesn't mean that you cannot perform your job to before God, because what you do is a good thing. My opinion.
Right. But you know what? I'm also going to try to not keep it to 5 hours because people are complaining they're too long. So, how long have we been on now? 3 hours and 15 minutes. So I'll probably go to 3.5 hours.
By your means, it is your channel.
And yeah, because I'm getting hungry too, and I got to make food. And I also got to feed my big dog. Okay, so 80. And he does not command you to take the angels and the prophets. So I guess that's talking about Allah doesn't command people to take the angels and the prophets as lords. As lords. Okay. I have a problem with the lords as Lord. He does not command you to take the angels and the prophets as lords. Will he command you to infidelity after you are a Muslim? I don't know. And when Allah took a covenant with the prophets, saying, I brought you from I brought you from a book in wisdom. I brought you from a book of wisdom.
Yes, a book and wisdom.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. It says, I brought you from a book of wisdom.
So it was a book from.
It shouldn't say, I brought you. Okay, because that means he took them away from the book of wisdom. Let me see what the other translator says, because this one.
I don't know. Maybe they open a book and the Muslim jump
81. What does 81 say? 81. And when God took the prophets a covenant, that what I gave brought you from a book of wisdom. I brought you from okay. That doesn't help me much either. It gives me a bigger headache. Okay, so I brought you from a book and wisdom. Okay, so he gives a book. My understanding is Allah gives a book to the prophets, right? Because he's speaking about a covenant with the prophets, saying, I brought from you a book and a wisdom. Then a messenger comes to you, confirming what is with you. So this is why Muhammad can't be a prophet and a messenger, because according to this verse, and there's at least another verse where Allah makes a distinction between his prophets and his messengers. A prophet comes with a covenant and a book and wisdom, and then the messenger comes to verify what that prophet had brought. This is how I understand it, because you have a distinction. First a prophet and then a messenger. So Muhammad can't be a prophet and a messenger.
That is correct.
Confirming what is with you, but we don't know what is with. We don't know what that means. So that you may believe in him, and that you may give him victory. Give victory to who? To the prophet, to the messenger, to Allah? I don't know.
I take it to give victory to the messenger, but Muhammad is not a messenger; is a prophet. So
well, no, because according to the Quran, I think it's chapter 3, 144. something like that. Allah says Muhammad is not except a messenger, or not but a messenger. Not but is the same as except, which means you can't be more than one thing. But Muslims, see, the problem with Muslims is they don't understand language and meaning.
So means Muhammad is a messenger. If it is a messenger, then
he's not a prophet.
Right.
Then again, you'll also find verses where he's a warner. You're not but a warner. But I could see a warner would be another name for a messenger. But I mean, the Quran and Allah is all over the place. Okay, so I brought you from a book of wisdom. Then a messenger comes to you, confirming what is with you, so that you may believe in him. I guess he's given the messenger so that you may believe in him. I don't know who him. Is it the messenger? Is it the prophet? Messengers and prophets live during the same time periods. Who knows?
Allah knows best.
He said, did you affirm and take my covenants? Okay, did you affirm? That means he's asking them, did you? So he's asking about something from the past. They said, now we don't know who they said. Is it the people? Is it the prophets? Is it the messengers? I don't know.
How about the jinns?
Could be. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Could be the camels. I don't know. They said, we affirmed. He said, we don't know who he said. Could be Muhammad, could be Allah. So bear witness, and I am with you of the witnesses. Okay, so what did you witness? Nobody knows. So whoever turns away after this, those are the transgressors. Okay.
Turn away from what?
I don't know. I guess from the message. 83. Do they desire other than Allah's religion, and to him what is in the heavens and the earth? Okay, and do they desire other than Allah's religion, and to him what is in the heavens and the earth have submitted? That's bad grammar. Willingly or grudgingly, and to him they will return. So I guess you're going to have to submit whether you like it or not. Say, we believed in Allah and what has been sent down on us, and what has been sent down on Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac and Jacob and the tribes, and what was given to Moses and Isa and the prophets from their lords.
This
we do
is
not differentiate between any of them, and to him we are Muslims, and to him, I guess, is Allah. Something was sent down. Allah likes to send down. We believe in Allah and what has been sent down on us. I guess that's the Quran. And what has been sent down on Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac and Jacob. So what was sent down on Abraham? What did Abraham get? Did Abraham have a book that I don't know about? Did Ishmael have a book that I don't know about? Did Isaac and Jacob, did they have books? I don't know. But they don't.
Wait. But continue. And in what was given to Moses were given the 10 commandments. So Muslims, alhamdu, brother Kufarophobia, you must believe in the 10 commandments.
Yeah,
Game over. Torpedo, nuclear.
Which I'm pretty sure they break, so that Muhammad did, but again,
but it's written here, and in what was given to Moses.
Right, and Isa, but Isa wasn't given anything.
Doesn't
and
matter.
The prophets from their Lord, what did the prophets get?
I want to ask you, do you remember, I don't know, maybe chapter 4 verse 60, chapter 4 verse 60, when the Muslims are forced to obey the Quran to the letter? So here, obeying to the letter, it said, and in what was given to Moses. And this is a trap this is a catch. This is a claw for them. This is a prison. They cannot escape it. They cannot evade. They cannot avoid the Ten Commandments. My opinion.
Well, trust me, they'll figure out a way to wiggle out. They'll throw Moses under the bus. They'll say that. Well, I mean, are they going to say that the Ten Commandments have been corrupted? I mean, that wouldn't make any sense. Now, I know they say the Torah.
No. But look here. It is good that you put this out to be corrupted, because Muhammad confirmed that the Injil and the Torah are not corrupted because they come from Allah. If they say they are corrupted, means that the Torah and the Injil were sent in a corrupted way from Allah, which is mushrik.
Well, they will say that Allah never promised to protect his other books. He only promised to protect the Quran, which logically makes no sense. Why would you go through all the trouble of sending all these books to these prophets and then not protect them? But that's the wisdom of Allah.
I don't know.
Okay, let's go to 85. And whoever desires any other religion except Islam, so it will not be accepted for him. And in the hereafter, he will be of the losers. Okay, now they say that there is no compulsion. You don't have to accept Islam. But right here, you do have to accept it, because if you don't accept it, you're going to go to hell. So your choice is accept it or go to hell. That's not very good choices. Okay.
And this is not love. It is
no, there's no love. This is like again. This is why they have a slave and a master relationship, because Allah is the master slave owner, and the Muslims are slaves. And as a slave, you have to obey. You cannot disobey because you're a slave. See, there's a difference between a slave and a servant. A servant has a choice. A servant can walk out of whatever he's, if he's being a servant. But a slave, you're owned, so you have no choice. How Allah will guide people who became infidels after they had believed and bore witness that the messenger is true and the clear proofs came to them. Well, that tells me that the message was not very good if they believed and then afterwards they said, nah, I don't think so. And Allah will not guide the unjust people, but Allah is the one who makes the unjust people. So why are the unjust people getting blamed when Allah is the one who creates the believers and the unbelievers?
Yeah, and people are unjust to what?
They're they're unjust because that's what Allah. That's Allah making them unjust. Those their rewards. Okay, those their rewards. That curse of Allah and the angels and the people together is on them. Again, this is very bad sentence structure. This should say the reward of those who curse Allah and the angels and the people together, and the people together is on them. Okay, I don't. Okay, I tried to fix it, but I don't know how to fix the other part. I can say those who curse Allah and the angels, whatever.
They reward that the curse, curse on Allah, and the angels and the people together is upon those that don't believe in Allah. Could be like that.
But what is this reward? And why would you call it a reward?
A reward between I don't know.
If you're cursing Allah and the angels, I don't think Allah would reward you.
No. I think it is the other way around. You get as a reward the curse of Allah if you don't follow Allah. I don't know. I think
hey, listen, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
The Quran is like you it's like a bunch of monkeys throwing shit up in the ceiling. Some of it sticks and some of it falls. If it sticks, it's true. If it falls, it's not true. I don't know. Okay, So they're going to get a reward. Okay, so okay, the unjust clear proofs, and Allah will not guide. Okay. Okay, and they will not, and okay, and in it they will abide forever. And it what? I guess the hell, but it doesn't say anything about hell there. Their torment will not be lessened, and they will not be delayed. Okay, so Allah's not going to delay and tormenting the hell out of you, except those who repent after that and reform. So, but wait a minute. So I'm going to be tortured, but if I repent, I'm going to get out of the being tortured. Okay. So surely Allah is forgiving, merciful. Okay, so far we see Allah just give you a chance. Okay, okay. But then in verse 90, surely those who become infidels after believing and they increase in their infidelity, their repentance will never be accepted. But up here it just said if you repent,
this is a contradiction.
it's going to be accepted.
This is a contradiction, and the contradiction cannot be from Allah.
And that's what Osama Daddak is saying in his Quran. It says Allah will never give a second chance. Muhammad contradicts himself.
I missed that.
Because up here clearly it says, and they will not be, they will abide forever in their torment and will be lessened, and their torment will not be lessened, and they will not be delayed, except those who repent after that and reform. But then verse 90, the very next verse says, surely those who become infidels after believing, they will increase in their infidelity. Their repentance will not be accepted. And those are they who have gone astray. Okay, so I mean, somebody can't make up their mind. Okay, surely those who become infidels and die infidels, none of them will be accepted, even with as much gold as the earth could contain, even though he should offer it in ransom. Okay, so you're screwed if you die an infidel, but up here you get tormented and you have a chance to repent. So is it repenting before you're tortured? Those are the okay. Allah guides people. How will Allah guide the people who become infidels? Okay, after they have believed. So this is the same thing that this one here is saying. Surely those who become infidels after believing. Okay, so why would Allah guide those who become infidels after they have believed and bore witness that the messenger? Okay. And Allah will not guide the unjust. Okay, their reward is going to be in hell. They're going to be tormented. Okay, and it's not going to be delayed. But if they repent after that, so after you get tormented, you can repent and Allah will take you out of hell. But here in verse 90, it says, you're screwed, buddy.
You're screwed already.
You're not going to be accepted, not even if you owned all the gold in the earth. Yes. Allah is not going to accept anything from you. He's going to let you get tortured and beat up. Okay.
So you are forced to follow Allah from the first time.
Yeah, there is no going back.
No going back.
Surely those who became infidels and died, none of them will be accepted. Okay, those will have a painful torment and they will have no helpers. We know this already. Okay, 92. Okay, righteousness is received by doing good deeds. This contradicts the Bible. See Ephesians 2:8 now. Okay, you will never receive the righteousness until you spend from what you love. Okay, and whatever you spend of anything, so surely Allah knows it. Okay. 93. All food is lawful to the children of Israel. What does it mean, all food? Can the children of Israel eat blowfish? Can they eat a cobra? Except what Israel forbid for himself. What did Israel forbid for himself before the Torah was sent down?
I think it refers, maybe, I think.
So we know that Moses comes after Israel, but wait a minute. Israel is Jacob. and Jacob comes before Moses. So before Moses, Israel told the people what they couldn't eat. But then, and then I guess after the Torah is sent down, everything is made lawful because it says all foods. But I don't know, what are these foods? Can I get a list? Can I get a menu? And can I get a list of what foods did Israel forbid himself from eating or forbid the people from eating? I don't know. So whoever, forbid him before the Torah was sent down. Say, so bring the Torah, so recite it if you were truthful. Okay. Who's he talking to?
What?
So whoever forges lies against Allah after this, those are the unjust. Say Allah is truthful. So follow the religion of Abraham, Hanafan, and he was not a polytheist. But I have no clue what a Hanafa is. What was his religion? I don't think he had a religion. Okay. Now all of a sudden, we're still in chapter. Yeah, we're still in chapter 3. Now we're talking about Hajj. What does this have to do with the family of Imran? I mean, are they trying to tell me that the family of Imran they did pilgrimage? Surely, the first house that was established for the people was that in Makkah. Okay. But we know that's not true because Makkah or Mecca didn't exist. Blessed in guidance to the worlds. And there are clear signs. The standing place of Abraham. So this house has clear signs, something about the standing place of Abraham.
Yeah.
Whoever enters it was secured. Now, do people enter the Kaaba or something? I mean, I don't know. People owe to Allah the pilgrimage to the house, but I don't know what house. Whose house? Who are able to have a way to it. And whoever becomes an infidel, so surely Allah is rich above the world. What does that have to do with becoming an infidel and me being told that Allah is rich above the worlds? What does one have to do with the other?
I do not know.
Say, O people of the book. Again, who are the people of the book? Because I don't believe it's the Jews or the Christians.
Of people of what book?
I don't know what book. I have 66 books. The Jews have 39, at least 39, which is called the Old Testament. Oh, people of the book, why do you become infidels in the verses of Allah? So the verses of Allah make the people of the book become infidels. And Allah is a witness of what you do. Okay. Boy, it sure does love using a say a lot. Say, oh, people of the book. Did 98 just say, oh, people of the book? Why couldn't you just have a continuation? Say, oh, people of the book, why do you prevent the believers from the way of Allah? Okay, so who are these believers that the Jews and the Christians are trying to keep from the way of Allah?
I have a treaty of anorganic chemistry. Maybe I will search there to see what book, if there are some.
I don't know. Okay, so people of the book, okay, why do you prevent the believers? I thought the people of the book were believers. Okay. Allah, okay. You desire to make it crooked. Make what crooked? And you are witnesses. Witnesses to what? And Allah is not unaware of what you do. Okay, well, I mean, if he's God, I would expect him to know everything. Oh, you who have believed, if you obey a group from those who have been given the book, I don't know what book, they will revert you unto infidels. So if you believe there's a group of people who were given a book, I don't know what book, and they're going to try to take you away from Islam and being a Muslim.
But let us say that the people of the book are of the Torah and the Injil, which come from Allah. So the books from Allah turn the Muslims into infidels. Can we say like that? What you say?
I mean, listen, your guess is as good as mine. We can say whatever because, Allah leaves the door wide open for the camel to go right through it. So where did we go? Okay. And how can you become infidels? And you recited and how can you become infidels? And you recited, how can you become infidels? And you recited to you, okay, shouldn't it be like, and you recited to yourself? The verses of Allah and his messenger is among you. Ooh, what group? Who's he talking to? Who is this messenger that's in this group? Okay, man, Skype is driving me nuts now. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to have to shut down Skype because sign out. Yes. Okay, because it's just going to keep popping up and down. Okay. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. The joys of social media. And how can you become infidels? And you recited to you the verses of Allah and the messengers among you. Okay. Whoever holds fast to Allah, so indeed is guided to a straight way. I'm gonna end it after this one, after 105. Oh, you who have believed, fear Allah, his true fear. So does he have a fake fear? And do not die except you are Muslims. Okay, because you might get Allah's fake fear. And hold fast by the, what is 34? 34, according to Osama, it's the rope. Okay. And hold fast by the rope of Allah together. Okay, I mean, oh my God. Jesus, my goodness. What am I, on 103? Let's see what this other book says. And hold fast, okay, take protection with God's rope or his covenant all together, and do not separate, and remember God's blessings on you when you were enemies. So he united between your hearts. Okay, so you became with his blessings brothers. I'm telling you, I don't think there's one damn Quran that makes sense. Not the Arabic Quran, not any translation, not any accurate translation. This is a garbage book that doesn't make sense no matter how you try. So hold fast by the rope of Allah together. Okay, so everybody's supposed to hold hands and kumbaya. Allah's got a rope. Okay, so you better make sure you tighten that rope of Allah around you. And do not divide it. Okay, don't divide the rope. And remember Allah's grace on you when you were enemies. Okay, so who is this group that were enemies? And he attuned between your hearts. I have no idea what that means. So you became brethren by his grace. Allah has grace? I didn't know that. And you were on the edge of the pit of fire, so he delivered you from it. Likewise, Allah clearly showed you his verses. When did Allah show anybody his verses? Because in order for Allah to show you his verses, they would have to have been written down somewhere. Are we talking about Allah showed the tablets to somebody? Perhaps you may be guided. So Allah showed you his verses. Perhaps you may be guided. 50-50 crap shot, buddy. And there will be among you a nation calling to the good and commanding what is right and forbidding from the evil. And those are the prosperous. Who is this nation? We don't know. It's
No.
assumed to be the Muslims, but I don't know. And do not be like those who are divided and disagree after the proofs have come to them. And for those a great torment. So I don't understand. Why would you disagree after the proofs have come to you? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to leave off at 105. Okay, we got 9 people. Of course, they would start picking up. Black Mamba, thank you. I
Yeah,
want to thank
thank
the people that were in the panel who are no longer here. Eric,
okay.
what do? Paul, the
Do
other guy, comment something. Nim Grace, good to see you. RJ, good to see you. Uh,
I got a cherry
you
if you
got the
want.
tape.
2 minutes, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Let us look like this. So 2 sessions ago, I had a discussion with who Muslims, what do the Muslims know, the guy, and he challenged me to present from the Bible that our bodies here um, can stand the never-ending life. So, in fact, I found the verse, and is in the Bible in John 8, verse number 51, which say, I have um, King James, verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep me saying, he shall never see death. But it is beautiful to read all the chapter, which say, before Abraham was, I am, and starting 48, 49. But let us try. Then answered the Jews and said unto him, say we not well that thou art a Samaritan and hast a devil? Jesus answered, I have not a devil, but I honor my Father, and ye do dishonor me. 50. And I seek not mine own glory, there is one that seeketh and judgeth. And then 51, verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my saying, he shall never see death. So, I take it that yes, we can find the never-ending life, the everlasting life in these bodies if we keep the word of Christ. This is what I had to say. So,
Right, but let me explain what he was saying, and I have to agree with him because, like my example that I gave is that there is a. Okay, this is not working out. Let me get out of here. Where am I? Over here. What he was trying to say is, like, for instance, there is an individual that was born with no arms and no feet and no legs. Clearly, when he is when he's taken up to God the Father or Jesus, he's not going to have that body. I mean, it would make no sense, okay, to have that the physical body that you have here on earth, because you got people that are blind, you got people that are deaf, you got people that are missing limbs. You
yes,
wouldn't want to be resurrected in that body, would you?
no. It is
Huh?
before the resurrection, it is before the death.
No,
And
but I'm just saying you
okay,
wouldn't want that body that you had here. And that's
that
what he was.
body,
Huh?
yes, but I respond to you with the the healing of the blind man who was blind,
Right,
who
right,
was
right.
blind.
But see, you're missing what I'm trying to say. Let's say you die, right? And you're the gentleman that was born with no arms and no legs.
This is the fault of yours. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about here, me and you here. can reach the never-ending life without the first death. That this is what I
Okay, but
take it.
I think the confusion is that it came across that you were saying that we're going to have this body when we are resurrected. Maybe
I
it's
think
a miscommunication between the language barrier.
could be.
Because what he was trying to say is we're not going to have the body that we have now. Because first of all, regardless of your body, you're going to be buried, and your body is going to deteriorate. It's going to decompose.
Sorry, you advanced too much. I'm
Okay.
saying that having this body, we cannot die the first death. That is why I'm saying that is what I bring up. So if we obey, if we respect the words of Jesus, if we do the instructions of Jesus,
Okay.
we will never see the first death, the one that the natural death, not the second death. That is what I'm trying to say.
Well, but wait a minute. All of us are going to see the natural death.
This is what I'm saying. According to this verse, it is not like so.
Well, then how do you explain all the Christians that have died? Clearly, they died the physical death, right? I mean, they've been buried. I give you example, my father, my mother, my nephew. Okay.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, thank you. But hey, we all got to die. So,
no. According to this verse, that is what I'm trying to pull up.
But it's not talking about this physical death. It's talking about a spiritual death. The one that you will never die because you will be with Jesus. We all physically die here. There's nobody that doesn't die here. Otherwise, nobody would be buried.
Look here. It is Jesus. He cannot lie, and he said, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my saying, he shall never see death."
Yeah, but
so
he's not talking. He's not talking about a physical death because we all die in this world. Because in the Bible it says that we came from the earth and we shall return, or dust to dust. We came from the earth, and
so
then we
Jesus
will go
is
back.
lying here.
Huh?
So Jesus hearing this.
No, he's not. He's not lying because he's not talking about here, our physical body, or physical death. Because we're all going to have to die here. Everybody died. The disciples died. It's just an understanding, and I know probably the Muslims try to use that and say, well, but Jesus says you will not. But it's not a physical death because we all are going to have to die. We have a finite body. Whether we die a natural death or we die, God forbid, we get killed or a car accident or what have you. Everybody on earth is going to have to die unless the rapture comes, and then you won't die.
But you see, Jesus must be a liar here because he said, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my saying, he shall never see death."
Yeah, but what kind of death?
This
Again, you're trying to say.
This doesn't say. This is the problem.
But, right, he doesn't say. But I am telling you, it's not talking about the physical death here, because everybody dies except for Jesus, of course.
Yes, okay, I agree with you, but how can we know that?
How can you know that?
Yeah.
I think there's other chapters. I mean, first of all, I'm not here to do Bible study. If you really want to get an answer, I would advise to go seek I don't know, maybe Christian Prince or Sham Shamoon or David Wood.
Okay, no problem. I don't,
because the way I see it is that I don't see Jesus as speaking of the physical death that we have here, because everybody dies. I mean, didn't the disciples die? And I know what you're saying. Well, if he's speaking about the physical death that you and I will experience, then yes, it would be a lie. Oh, but here's a good one. Hi, Marion. Glad I saw you. Okay, so Marion has a good one. Jesus was talking about the second death. The lake of
Where
fire.
is so where is said about the death in this chapter, in this verse, or in this chapter? Where is saying about the second death? Because I have to bring a reference.
Okay,
Uh,
but are you saying
no,
that the
wait.
verse that you said it's talking about the first?
In my
Because
opinion, yes.
because it doesn't say that.
It doesn't mention nothing. Not
Right.
the
So
second episode.
again, we're trying to
Uh,
understand something that because he wouldn't have said that like a physical death because he knew all the disciples were going to die. They were going to be murdered. Well, not all, the majority of them. So my thing is that I don't read that as talking about the physical death because people have been dying before Jesus and people have been dying after Jesus. But when everybody gets resurrected, then there is a second death, and I think that's what Miriam is trying to say. You're either going to not die and live with Jesus, and the Heavenly Father, or you're gonna go to the lake of fire, which would be the second death. You die the
um,
physical death because in the Bible it says that we will return to where we came from, which is the ground. Because remember, Adam was according to Genesis, Adam was born of the ground, clay,
yes,
dust, whatever you
I
want to call
understand
it,
that.
and we all return to it. We can't escape it. Now, I mean, nowadays with technology, not everybody gets put in the ground. Some people get cremated, but like Miriam is saying, he's talking about the eternal death.
Uh, well,
But it's not
well,
saying it the way that you want it, the way that you would like it to say. And I
um,
understand your confusion because it could be looked at, okay, well, Jesus lied. I mean, I don't think he died. It's just that we're misinterpreting what he was trying to say.
yeah, well, first of all, I
It's not
understand what
it's
you
not
say,
as
but you,
confusing as the Quran.
no, no, no. But I don't want to keep your time, to waste your time with that. I just wanted to point this out,
Right.
just to point it out. If you have problems, if you want to go to it, I don't want to keep you.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
want
I honestly gotta go because first of all, I don't want to turn
yeah,
my channel
yes.
into
So I don't want to be
you know,
disrespectful or rude or
I
something.
try to keep this channel strictly on
Okay,
things
okay.
that are
Thank you.
Islamic related. I honestly really don't like when the topic starts, especially because then I
Oh,
really don't want to have to start editing the video to cut out the
yeah,
part
yeah,
that has
yeah.
nothing to
Okay,
do with the
okay,
topic.
okay.
So, but I do appreciate what you said, and like I said, if you have any more questions, maybe you could even speak to Eric. But
Okay,
like I
no
said,
problem.
because I'm giving you my interpretation, and my interpretation is he's not speaking and telling us that if we believe in him, that we're not going to die. We're not going to die. Period.
Yes,
I just don't see that as what he's trying to say.
okay, okay, okay. Don't want to waste your time, so
Okay.
just want to point
Well,
it
no,
out.
it's not a waste of time. I'm just saying it's just that I don't want to make the channel now about Christianity because it's not.
Okay,
Or
okay, thank you.
or the topic is we're trying to analyze the Quran. This would be better suited for when the topic, if it ever becomes Christianity, or would people, Miriam is trying to help you out, and I agree with her. Okay. So if you need more, then I would say you're going to have to seek somebody with definitely
Okay,
more knowledge of the scriptures than I do because I haven't studied the scriptures that much. I mean, I've read the Bible, I haven't memorized it, but my background is not in biblical studies.
I'm sorry, I
It's
didn't know.
kind of like I'm. You don't go to a plumber for to
Car repairing.
right or something like
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
or you don't
I
go
do
to a
believe.
plumber to fix your car. So
Yes, I
it's
understand.
not my background. I am not. I don't have a education in biblical studies or interpreting biblical verses. I actually
Okay.
have 8 years of studying Islam because
Wow.
Islam wants to kill me. Regardless of what Muslims tell me, at the end of the day, the Quran wants me dead or or a demi. So from that aspect, I would suggest to find somebody with more knowledge who has a background in biblical studies and in biblical interpretations, or maybe look at the commentaries.
Okay.
Go on BibleHub.com or something, and look at what all the different commentaries say what that verse is talking about. Because I don't believe it's talking about the death that we experience here. The only way you're not going to be experiencing death is if you were to be resurrected before you die. And that could happen. It could not happen. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very
4
much.
hours. Well, but anyway, thank you for coming on the show, Marion. Thank you for trying to help out. Everybody else, I hope you enjoy the rest of your new year. May 2022 be a much better year, especially for those living in the European countries that are trying to basically control the people there. Until next time, I might go on tomorrow. I don't know yet because I do have a show to join at 3:00. So anyway, maybe I'll do one. Maybe I won't. I don't know. But anyway, God bless everybody. And until next time, have a good night, evening, or morning.
God bless you.
Thank you.
God bless
Okay.
all
All
the
right. God
people
bless you
in
too.
the chat.
Okay.
So have a
Later.
nice one. Goodbye.
All right. You too.
Thank you.